Good evening. I hope all is well.
Good evening.
Oh, good evening. According to my clock, it's 6 p.m. Let me officially call the regular session of the Richland County Council May 18th meeting to order. I'll ask Mrs. Matthews to call the roll for attendance regarding council members.
Malinowski,
Here.
Pugh,
Here.
McBride,
Here.
Livingston,
Here.
Teresio,
Here.
Joe Walker,
Here.
Barron,
Here.
Overture Walker,
Present.
Mackey,
Here.
English, Newton.
Here.
We have a quorum.
Thank you very much. That brings us to our invocation and pledges of allegiance. That will be handled tonight by the Honorable Jessica Mackey. Ms. Mackey, you're recognized.
Yes, sir. Bow our heads. Father God, we pray for your guidance tonight and ask that you help us to work together for the betterment of Richland County and its people. In your name we pray. Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you very much, Mackey. That brings us to item 4 on our agenda, which is presentations and proclamations. We have 3 of those tonight. The first one is a proclamation recognizing May 2021 as Bike Month in Richland County. That was presented by Mr. Ratio and Ms. Barron. Mrs. Mathis, do you have that one to read for the record?
Yes, I do, but I believe Ms. Teresio would like to read it.
Thank you, Ms. Ratio. If you have it, you're recognized.
Thank you. And I recognize that we have 3 tonight, so I will be efficient. This is a proclamation recognizing May 2021 as Bike Month in Richland County. Whereas the bicycle is an economical, healthy, convenient, and environmentally sound form of and an excellent tool for recreation and enjoyment of Richland County's scenic beauty. And whereas during the months of March 2020 through May 2021, when Richland County citizens have observed physical distancing practices for the sake of public health, cycling has been an integral component of maintaining the physical and mental health of families. And whereas throughout the month of May 2021, the residents of Richland County will continue to experience the joys of bicycling. And whereas creating a bicycling friendly community has been shown to improve citizens' health, well-being, and quality of life, economic growth in Richland County, attract tourism dollars, improve traffic safety, support student learning outcomes, and reduce pollution, congestion, and wear and tear on our streets and roads. And whereas transit programs in the city of Columbia and Richland County will promote biking for working and recreation and attract more visitors to enjoy our local restaurants, hotels, retail establishments, and cultural and scenic attractions in the future. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed that Councilwoman Allison Teresio, District 5, Councilwoman Gretchen Barron, District 7, and the Richland County Council do hereby proclaim May 2021 as Bike Month in Richland County and urge all residents to join us in this special observance. Thank you.
Thank you very, very much. Our second proclamation is a proclamation proclamating May 24th, 2021 as Meatless Monday in Richland County. Ms. Matthews, who has that one? Do you?
No, sir, I believe Ms. Teresia would also like to read that one.
Here you recognized again.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thanks to my colleagues who joined me in this proclamation, recognizing May 24th, 2021 as Meatless Monday in Richland County. Whereas Meatless Monday is a nonprofit health initiative that encourages people around the world to go meatless one day per week for their health and the health of the planet. It has proven to benefit human, environmental, and animal health, increase plant-based sales, and unite communities around a common good. By taking part in Meatless Monday, our great Richland County can join communities in over 40 countries that are working to make our world better for current and future generations. And whereas research has proven that eating more fruits, vegetables, whole grains, nuts, and beans, and less animal meat, dairy, and eggs decreases our risk of obesity, heart disease, stroke, type 2 diabetes, high blood pressure, and many types of cancer. The Academy of Nutrition and Dietetics has declared plant-based eating healthful for all stages of the life cycle. We can be healthier together by partaking in meat. Whereas the reported that livestock production is one of the most significant contributors to today's serious environmental problems. It generates more greenhouse gas emissions than the entire transportation sector. It causes water, air, and land pollution, coral reef damage, deforestation, and water supply depletion. Reducing our intake of animal products is the single biggest way to reduce our environmental impact. Richland County can make our environment better by taking part in Meatless Monday. And whereas beautiful, flavorful, plant-based meals, ingredients, and creative preparations of foods provides a variety of flavors and textures for us to enjoy as part of our diet. And whereas Let's Meat Less, a local nonprofit organization founded to educate and empower eating habits that positively impact our health, our environment, our community, and our farmed animal friends, has organized Meatless Monday, Columbia SC, and serves a free, comprehensive resource for expert, valuable, and credible nutrition information, delicious recipes, and details of where to find the many wonderful local Meatless Monday offerings. So now therefore be proclaimed that Councilwoman Allison Teresia, District 5, Councilwoman Yvonne McBride, District 3, Gretchen Barron, District 7, Councilman Overture Walker, District 8, and the Richland County Council do hereby proclaim May 24th, 2021 as Meatless Monday in Richland County, and hereby urge all citizens to take advantage of this opportunity to do good by refraining from eating animal products on that day of the week and partaking in the plentiful and creative local Meatless Monday offerings. Mr. Chair, may I have a point of personal privilege? Can I recognize Ms. Sue Doran, who I believe is on the line, to say a couple of sentences?
Yes, thank you, Richland County Council, for proclaiming Mondays meatless in Columbia. It demonstrates how deeply, as always, you care about our health and our environment, as well as uniting our county around this simple, gentle ask that does so much good. And just in time for produce season, where we can support South Carolina fruit and vegetable growers. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next is our third proclamation honoring National Public Works Week. That is the week of May 16th through the 22nd of 2021. Ms. Mathis, who's going to present that one?
I will read this one.
Thank you.
A proclamation honoring National Works Week, May 16th through the 22nd, 2021. Whereas public works service provided in our community are an integral part of our citizens' daily lives. And whereas the support and understanding of an informed citizenry is vital to the efficient operation of public works services and programs such as engineering, local roads, stormwater management, solid waste management, recycling, beautification, general labor, and airport management. And whereas the health, safety, and comfort of this community greatly depends on these facilities, infrastructure, and services. And whereas the quality and effectiveness of these facilities and infrastructure, as well as their planning, design, maintenance, and construction, is vitally dependent upon the efforts and skills of local public works officials. And whereas the efficiency of the qualified and dedicated personnel who staff public works departments is heavily influenced by the people's attitude and understanding of the work they perform. Now, therefore, Richland County Council proclaims the week of May 16th through May 22nd, 2021 as National Public Works Week.
Thank you very much. And that concludes item 4 on our agenda, presentations and proclamations. That brings item 5 on our agenda, which is approval of the minutes. Chair would entertain a motion for approval of the minutes for May 4th, 2021.
So moved, Mr. Chair.
Moved. Is there a second?
Second.
Moved and properly second. Any discussion, change, deletions, reference the minutes for May 4th?
Mr. Chair.
Thank you, recognized.
I guess when I was looking at the minutes, I want to make sure I had it right, because the pages said 25 to 30, but that wasn't what I had. So I just wanted to make sure I was looking at correct thing.
Someone else can check their packets, but in mine,
Great.
they end at what, 13? I'm at 21.
Well, they start at 9, not 25.
Okay. If they end at 21, then I'm good. I just want to make sure I wasn't missing anything in my packet.
Okay, anything else reference the minutes? Mac wanted to make sure we weren't getting something she didn't get.
Exactly.
Thank you. Any further discussion about the minutes? If not, it's moving properly. Second, Mrs. Mackey, I'm sorry, Ms. Matthews, can you call the roll for the motion to approve the minutes?
Malinowski,
Yes.
Pugh,
Yes.
McBride,
Yes.
Livingston,
Yes.
Teresa,
Yes.
Joe Walker,
Yes.
Barron,
Yes.
Overture Walker,
Yes.
Mackey,
Yes.
English,
Yes.
Newton.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you. The agenda is adopted. That brings to item, I'm sorry, minutes are approved. That brings to item 6 on the agenda, the adoption of the agenda.
So moved, Mr. Chair.
Voice for adoption of the agenda is a second.
Second.
Moving properly second. Let me quickly ask Mr. Brown, administration, is there anything we need to change as relates to your agenda
I
items?
have not received any requests for changes, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Malinak, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Report of the Rules and Appointments Committee, item 17A. We are eliminating numbers 2, 3, and 4.
17A,
2, 3, and 4.
2, 3, and 4. Anything else from anyone reference the agenda? If not,
Mr. Chair,
well,
if I may,
you recognize Mr. Mackey.
thank you. Mr. Malinowski, I just wanted to make note on 17A, do we need to note that it's 8 instead of 9 vacancies for the record?
I was just gonna do that when we get there.
All right, sorry about that, sir.
It's all right.
Thank you. So the motion for adoption of the agenda as amended with removal of those items. Mrs. Masters, can you call the roll for the motion to adopt the agenda?
Malinowski,
Yes.
Pugh,
Yes.
McBride,
Yes.
Livingston,
Yes.
Teresa,
Yes.
Joe Walker,
Yes.
Barron,
Yes.
Overture Walker,
Yes.
Mackey,
Yes.
English,
Yes.
Newton,
Yes.
motion passes.
Agenda is adopted. That brings us to item 7, report of the acting attorney, county attorney for executive session items. Ms. McLean, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We have 4 items for executive session tonight that are on our agenda here. That's 7A, Richland County versus SCDR Reams. That's a legal update. Actually, you may go in executive session for an update, but we actually probably would like to back that up to the next agenda if nobody cares. I sent out an email to each of you earlier today with some proposed language. At this time, I'd like to get back with DOR with some language issues, but so that's up to you guys. 7B, Richland County Face Mask Ordinance Extension. That is for legal advice and it's acceptable pursuant to the South Carolina Code of Laws 30-4-70A2. 7C is the 911 Center proposal, discussions of negotiations incident to propose contractual arrangements and legal advice. That would be under South Carolina Code of Laws 30-4-70A2 as well. And then 7D is the county attorney search update. That would be acceptable under the FOIA under South Carolina Code of Laws 30-4-70A1. That is all I have, and none of those involve outside counsel this evening.
Per the attorney's explanation for item A, I'd like to entertain a motion to defer that to our next meeting.
So move, Mr. Chair.
Second.
Moved, it's properly second. If that's not debatable, I'll ask Ms. Master to call the roll for the motion for deferral for item 7A.
Malinowski,
Yes.
Pugh,
Yes.
McBride,
Yes.
Livingston,
Yes.
Teresa,
Yes.
Joe Walker,
No.
Barron,
Yes.
Overture Walker,
Yes.
Mackey,
Yes.
English,
Yes.
Newton,
Yes.
motion passes.
Thank you. The other items we'll take up, per our rules, we'll take those up later since there's no outside counsel. Is that correct, Ms. McLean?
Yes, sir, that's correct. That's correct.
Thank you. That brings item 8 on out.
Mr. Chair,
Who's
this is
that?
Ms. Newton.
Ms. Newton, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Our consultant for the county attorney search update is on the line. I don't know if we would want to have that conversation now or wait until the report of the committee, but I just wanted to mention that. She is not an outside attorney, but an outside consultant.
If it's a pleasure of council, I don't object to covering that now. Is there an objection to moving forward to go to executive session to cover item 7D? Would we rather wait until the end of the agenda?
Is that a motion? I would second that. if you need a second for that.
I'll entertain a motion, yes. If you so move it, I need a second.
How about I will move to go into an executive session to discuss the, I guess, business of the Employee Oversight Committee regarding employment of the county attorney.
Is there a second to that motion?
I'll second it.
Moved and properly second. Any discussion of that motion? If not, I'll ask Ms. Matthews to call the roll for the motion to go into executive session to discuss the county attorney search.
Malinowski,
No.
Pugh, McBride.
Yes.
Mr. Pugh, I heard a yes.
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Livingston,
Yes.
Teresio,
Yes.
Joe Walker. Joe Walker, I heard a no. Barron,
Yes.
That is correct.
Overture Walker,
Yes.
Mackey,
Yes.
English,
Yes.
Newton,
Yes.
motion passes.
Thank you. Well, now,
Mr. Chair, before we head into executive session, if I may be heard, I believe the sheriff is also on the call this evening as well. And I think we have it's the 911 center proposal that was up for discussion, but for executive session. Not sure if we're going to take that matter up as well while in executive session or waiting toward the, I guess, the end.
well, that's the council would have to decide on that too. Now, the reason why I did D was because of council rules regarding outside attorney, and the reason for that was because we're paying them for the time that they're doing what they do for us.
Okay.
And so this was related to that in some extent. To some extent, is why I asked council to consider that. Now, but if somebody wants to consider covering the 911 while we're in at this particular time, I'll have to entertain the motion.
Mr. Chair.
And I'm willing to ask. Let's ask the sheriff whether or not it's urgent that that this be heard now. How does it affect his schedule? We don't want any crimes being committed when.
I can sit here all night long. That's y'all's pleasure.
All right. Thank you. So while we'll go ahead on in executive session then, if there's no motion to move forward with 911. And we're assuming that we're not taking long based on Ms. Newton's organized presentation, I'm sure.
Okay.
So we'll just leave the room.
So I just texted Jessica to let her to say, can you please let me know when you are finished?
All my colleagues back. Chair, entertain a motion to come out of executive session.
So moved.
Second,
It's moved and properly second to come out of executive session. Ms. Mathis, I recognize you for the roll call for the vote to come out of executive session.
Malinowski,
Yes.
Pugh,
Yes.
McBride. McBride,
Yes.
Livingston,
Yes.
Teresa,
Yes.
Joe Walker,
Yes.
Barron,
Yes.
Overture Walker,
Yes.
Mackey,
Yes.
English,
Yes.
Newton.
yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you. Is there a motion for the executive session item 7D?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
You recognize, Ms. McBride.
I move that we move forward with giving our consultant permission to use the job description as discussed and to conduct the job announcement for our attorney position.
Second.
I'll second that.
Proper second. Any discussion?
And Mr. Chair.
Sounds like you recognize.
Thank you. I'm wondering why we can't put any more detail than that into the motion. After all, this is job description that's going to be put out to the public. Is
I
there-
said job description for our attorney, for the county attorney.
Yeah, I just wonder why we can't put any details in there. That's all right. Go ahead. Never mind.
Moved and properly second. Any further discussion? If not, I'll ask Ms. Mathis to call the roll for the motion regarding item 7D.
Malinowski,
Yes.
Pugh,
Yes.
McBride,
Yes.
Livingston,
Yes.
Teresa,
Yes.
Joe Walker,
Yes.
Barron,
Yes.
Overture Walker,
Yes.
Mackey,
Yes.
English,
Yes.
Newton.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Do we need to reconsider that so to move forward?
Move to reconsider.
Second.
Motion reconsideration, properly second. Ms. Mathis, can you call the roll for the motion for reconsideration?
Malinowski,
No.
Pugh,
No.
McBride,
No.
Livingston,
No.
Teresa,
No.
Joe Walker,
No.
Barron,
No.
Overture Walker,
No.
Mackey,
No.
English,
No.
Newton.
No.
Motion fails.
Okay, that brings us to item 8 on our agenda, which is citizen input for items on the agenda not requiring a public hearing. Ms. Mathis, do we have anyone ask?
Yes.
something?
We do. Mr. Larry Small submitted a statement that he would like read.
Yes, and remember the limit is 2 minutes.
2 minutes. I'm setting the timer now. My name is Larry Smalls and I reside in Richland County, District 9. The purpose for this letter is to admonish our county representatives to relinquish the mask mandate that is surprisingly still in effect in Richland County. I can understand why many of you have gotten accustomed to wearing a face mask covering because it makes you feel safe and you feel that you are doing your part to slow the spread. You may also feel that anyone who would not consider participating in this virtuous endeavor is selfish and at best irresponsible. I would surmise a zealous emotional response to my proposal is causing some of you to tune out my request entirely, but I have a question for you. Does a person's emotional response guarantee a scientific outcome? I am not requesting that any of you who choose to wear a mask stop wearing it, your personal choice. What I am demanding is that those of us who are safe not wearing a mask be given the opportunity not to wear it. This is not an unreasonable request, knowing that the evidence does not justify the encumbrance. Here are a few examples according to DHEC. Cases. January 2nd, 21 through January 16th, 21, there were 2,774 cases. May 8th, 2021, now only 78 cases, a 98% drop. Deaths. Week of 1/23/21, there were still 527 tragic deaths. Week of May 15th, 2021, there were only 6 tragedies, a 99% drop. 7-day moving average. January 8th, 2021, there were 399.9 with 476 new cases. That's the end of our time.
Thank you. Do you have anyone else?
No, sir, that was all.
Public hearing, open now, closed for citizen input. Now we have item 9 on the agenda regarding the citizen input that must pertain to Richland County matter not on the agenda.
We have none.
The public hearing is open now closed. That brings item 10 on your agenda, which is report of the county administrator. Mr. Brown, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of council. Good evening. Thank you for an opportunity to share some information with you concerning Richland County. In your agenda packet, there's some information listed beginning on, I'm going to say page 22 under the report of the county administrator. I'm going to take a few moments and go down these 3 items for the council for the benefit of those who are on the call. Related to COVID-19 statistical data, you have in your packet some attachments, which I will cover on pages 26 and 27, which includes information that highlights that Richland County is still in a level of moderation in terms of our tier rating for COVID-19. That number continues to decline. We're not quite in the low area, but we do still see declining numbers in terms of our level of incidence rate. Our percent positive remains below 5% in your packet, specifically on page 26. You can see I pointed out over the 2-week reporting period listed there that the percent positive for Richland County specific data was 3.9%. So that number remains below the 5% threshold, which is generally seen as a positive number in terms of community spread. Additionally, on page 27, you see some of the overall data information pertaining to Richland County. So again, that information just reflects a low level or a lower level of incidence in Richland County, specific to COVID-19 statistical data. I'll stop there in case there are any questions before I move on to the Emergency Rental Assistance Program.
Any questions reference the coronavirus update for the administrator?
I have one, and it's only because I spoke with medical profession earlier today, and I just asked the question. One of the things that they said was initially they were doing 20 tests a day. He said now they're down to maybe 5 tests a week. Is that reflective in these numbers? I'm just curious.
Yes, ma'am. So if you recall, one of the things that early in the pandemic, there was a concern about, because there was not a lot of testing, that we were seeing lower numbers, but that the percent positive reflected that the level of spread in the community, regardless of the volume of testing. So what you see is you do see a reduced number of tests, but those reduced number of tests also show a reduced level of positive cases.
Thank you, Mr. Brown. I appreciate it.
Okay. Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Other questions? Reference to coronavirus. If not, Mr. Brown, you may continue with item 10D.
Yes, sir, Mr. Chair. In your packet, we did provide information concerning the status of the Emergency Rental Assistance Program. And at the time of this particular information, we were showing that the program had approved roughly about $1.5 million in response to citizens who had made requests for a rental assistance or utility assistance associated with this program. And certainly that information has been updated as of today, but as of the time of in your packet, this information was valid. So since the last report, if you remember, we were under this $1 million, and now we're actually closer to $2 million in approvals in this program. So the program is moving, and we are rapidly releasing those funds. So we're certainly excited about that. I did want to share that information with you. Additionally, on page 28, members of council had asked for an updated graph showing not only the ratio of individuals broken down by zip code, but also the applications that have been approved by zip code. So that information is also in your packet on page 28 and reflects both the applications by zip code and the approved applications by zip code, in addition to the other information that we have previously reported. So that information is still being tracked and is still reflected in the data that you have. Additionally, on page 29 of your packet, members of council had asked for projections as to when the distribution of the ERA funds would be expended. And so this number is a moving target. There's a lot of data on that on that particular graph, but I wanted to share with you just briefly what it means when you look at it. So what you have there is, you see the 65% target goal. Ideally, if you recall, this program was designed to get fast spending of these funds out to members of the community. And those entities that spent the funds slowly, that potentially when the deadline hit of September 30th, that those organizations could potentially have remaining funds if they had spent less than 65% of those funds moved to agencies who had spent at least 65% of those funds. So what we've done is, in working with Tetra Tech, who is our partner with this, they put this together for us that shows us our target goals. If we were at 65% by September 30th, that what we would need is, we would need to reach and have 1,036 files, which roughly means that we would need to be approving at least 4 files a day. And then they show you right underneath those lines, it says, if today is the norm, here's how many files that we have been approving per day, and the average amount of the files that we have been, the amount that we have been distributing. So when you go and you look at these particular target areas, you see how the money then would be spent and how much would run out by those target dates. So if you look at either the 65% target goal or the 75% or the 100, it will have on there, you would see how many files we would actually need to move a day in order to reach that goal. So in order for us to reach our 100% target goal, you can see that we would need to have completed 1,774 approved files, and that it shows here as of the time of this particular calculation that we had 80.66 working days to meet that goal, which means that by September 6th, we would have expended 100% of the $12.5 million that Richland County received in distributing those to individuals. Now, since this particular information was put out, I can tell you that that target has already changed, and actually it will take less time because there have been more rapid approvals and more files being approved. So this is a moving target, but it gives you some level of indication about whether or not we would be considered a fast spender and what type of distribution we would be giving out on a kind of daily basis. So I'll stop there. I do have Mike King on the line as well, but I'll see what questions you have about that information, and we'll entertain those questions at this time.
I have Ms. Newton and then Ms. Mackey and then Ms. McBride.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you, Mr. Brown, for that update. So first, the basic question, just to make sure that I'm on the right page. So our goal is to expend at least 65% of the target so that we are then eligible for additional funds. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, and then my next question, to the extent that you can answer it, I very much appreciate the box that says if today is the norm. My question is, has that been the norm? What is the actual norm? Is that higher than usual, lower than usual, or just about average for where we are?
Sure, I want to have Mike King answer that question, but in short, that compared to the last projections that we had, this number has actually increased, meaning that we would actually hit our target sooner. So, but I'll go ahead. I think you had a follow up to that.
Nope, you can go ahead.
Okay. Mr. King, did you want to weigh in on that, sir?
Yes, sir. The applicant approvals have been improving increasing almost on a daily basis. And in fact, if you look at the actual work book, which we have, you can see where we've been tracking them every week going back. And what we can do is we can get you an average number, but they are increasing. And we anticipate that we will quite handily hit our 65% by September 30th.
Well, thank you. And that's what I'm looking to hear. I just wanted to ask because of course, if that was your average day, that's what you would hit. But if that's not really representative, then I wouldn't want to walk away with the wrong impression. But thank you. And thank you for the work you're doing.
Thank you.
Thank you. I have Ms. Mackey, Ms. McBride, and Ms. Barron.
Thank you. Mr. Brown, I just want to confirm, has the state already opened up their application and started taking theirs? And has that caused any confusion with our process at all, or is everything running smooth?
So I'm going to answer that question generally, and then I'll have Mike King weigh in. So the state has opened up their program, and I did share that at our last seating. We did actually meet with the state. They called us, wanted to know how we were running our program, want to coordinate with us. We are coordinating with them, as well as some other partners on this effort to make sure that citizens are able to get this information between both agencies. We have not seen, to the best of my knowledge, a decrease in the number of citizens that are applying through Richland County. And so I believe that citizens are still being able to reach us as necessary. So with that being said, Mr. King is in this day in and day out. Mr. King, would you like to clarify or correct any information that I have shared? If you're speaking, you're on mute and we cannot hear you, sir.
My apologies, sir. No, you're absolutely correct. We've been in contact quite frequently with the state programs, as well as the other 7 or 6 programs around the county or around the state, the other county allocations, working very closely with them. We share information, we share data, and actually we complement each other. And if you look at the state's information, including their public information, they make it very clear, even on their website, that if you're a part of Richland County or one of the other 6 counties, you have to apply through the Richland County. We also made an agreement that if someone calls us or contacts us, we will make sure whoever gets the call, whether it's the state or the other 6 counties, will make sure they get to the right jurisdiction for the application.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Ms. McBride and Ms. Barron.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Brown, actually, how many individuals have received funding as of to date, or as of your latest count?
I couldn't tell you that exact amount, but we cut checks every week.
No, I want to know the number.
Okay, so we have, I'm gonna see if Director Ham is on the line. She can answer that for us.
Not the amount of money, but the number.
Right, no, I understand. Yes, ma'am. I understand what you're asking. Director Ham, are you on the line? And do you possibly have that information?
Yes, sir, I'm on the line. It's a little hard to tell. Because one person might have 1 check or 5 checks, depending. Typically, the files are about 60 to 70 payments in each file, which could be anywhere from 15 to 20 people. And Mike might have a better idea of exactly how many individual cases have been paid to date. We've paid all the files we've received through Friday, but he would have probably the number of the cases because they count by case.
Yeah, it'd be my pleasure. And what Stacy said is so true, and that is really the work of this program is you may have one applicant, but there may be 4 to 5, sometimes 6 checks cut to anything from landlords, different utilities, and things like that. So right now, just looking at our latest numbers, once we get it approved tomorrow, I think we're going to have. Let me look here. 364 total applications approved by the SCP. If the SCP approves the additional tomorrow, which we will be submitting in the morning. So that's 364 residents so far that have received help. Some, again, may receive a single check. However, in most cases, there are multiple checks going out for rental arrears, future rental, rent or utilities. Everything from water, sewer, electric, gas, things like that.
Okay, I was actually looking at the numbers and let me join my colleagues in thanking you all for the work that you're doing. As you know, I always had concerns regarding us reaching the most vulnerable citizens we have in the hard to reach communities. And I still have that issue in terms of a grassroots type of campaign. To me, 364, that's a good number. But unfortunately, I think there's so many more people that are in need and that we're probably not reaching for various reasons, even though I know that you're doing the best that you can. My other area is that when we say 65%, in terms of meeting the numbers for requirements for not losing any funds, I'm more interested in working with individuals in need and not the percentage of funds that we have left, but rather reaching out. And so I would like to, at one point, and I've mentioned this several times, and I've researched national research on strategies that will reach those hard to reach communities, and those communities sometimes that don't trust government. And I've talked with a number of community workers and individuals, even some to date, that never heard of the program. And that's surprising because you all did an excellent job of advertising. So I would like for us to consider at least piloting a program with some of our nonprofits that are actually in the community to see how well that we could reach some of the more difficult individuals that are in need. And I know I've spoken with Ms. English and others that work directly with programs that provide funding assistance, and they know these people and these people trust them. I'm just concerned that with the emergency, this is emergency money, I'm concerned that many of the people have already been evicted and many are living at homes with friends and relatives or in homeless shelters. And I fear that if it takes so long to get the money out, we're going to lose a lot of other individuals to homelessness or having to double up with others. So that's my major concern. And I would like to look at least trying to pilot some projects, 1 or 2, to see if we could go deeper into the communities. Thank you.
I have Ms. Barron next. Thank you, Ms. Barron.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and to Mr. Brown and Mr. King and the team for really working to get the funds out into the hands of the individuals who need it. Thank you so much. Before I jump on Ms. McBride's bandwagon, because I think she just like channeled all the thoughts out of my head. But I do want to say that I received an email from my church that that came from the South Carolina funds, and they specifically detailed the information about Richland County. So whereas it spoke to, if you live in Richland County, then this is what you need to do. So I know I've seen it firsthand. I know that that's the information that's being presented. So I just wanted to say that. And then Mr. Brown, I would like for you or Mr. King to talk about, I read an email that you had sent out or POI had sent out about there's a faith-based meeting coming up. And I think that would serve to discuss at this time or to share to let my colleagues know that there are some grassroots efforts taking place.
Yes, ma'am. I'm not sure if Government and Community Services on the office is on the line, Director Kiefer. I had to pull up that information, but yes, that department had been working, had been trying to take the information that had been provided in a couple of these meetings that we've had in order to engage the faith-based community. And they have put together a flyer, mailer, communication that articulates that we're going to try to get all of the faith-based leaders on one page in terms of sharing information as to how they could help us reach those members of their communities that they are serving directly. And we certainly want to do that. And no excuses related to this particular program. One of the things that we're definitely trying to balance is the responsibility of Richland County to ensure no duplication of benefits, to ensure that the guidelines of the Treasury are being followed, that only the information that is required is being asked. And so as we work to try to get this done, there has been a little bit of, if you want to call it, hand-holding on our behalf, because we want to make sure that we're not in a situation down the line where we find ourselves in somehow disarray because of a, mishandled or just somebody doing a good deal, but wind up missing something that we're ultimately responsible for at the county level. So we're trying to meet with these individuals, provide them with training so that they can assist, but we're certainly willing to look at other efforts that we can do. And that's just one of the ones that you mentioned, Ms. Barron, that Government Community Services has reached out to get off the ground as a result of some of our conversations in council sessions and in the committee sessions.
Yes. And so one final thing, Mr. Chair, if I may, and that is that just to connect with what Ms. McBride was saying, I do think that some type of on the ground, boots on the ground, canvassing communities would definitely serve us well. I love the idea of partnering and even piloting this to be able to say there are many organizations that's what they do when it's time for dissemination of information. They go door to door. United Way has a census group, and that's what they do. And outside of census time, they do projects like this. So I would love for us to have more conversation about how we can engage organizations to really be those boots on the ground to get that information to them, as well as to assist them with completing the application process. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. I have Ms. English, Mr. King, and then Ms. McBride.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to, Gretchen, again, I think you were in my head, and Mr. Brown, thank you for those words, because that was very positive. But one of the things when Ms. McBride reached out to me, I was able to reach out to some of the faith-based communities. They already have foundations in place where they are already doing, I want to call it, just assisting with all kind of things, benevolent funds and other things, among all the things that they do. And when I reached out to them, they were extremely excited and willing to work with us in any way that they could. And I just wanted to share that. And thank you, Ms. McBride, for your efforts.
Mr. King.
Yes, thank you, Chairman Livingston. Councilwoman Newton, I just did a real quick average on our progress reports, our projections. And right now, our average is 19.57 a day. We've had highs of 26 and lows of 12, but it is trending up from the beginning. The numbers are a little lower at the beginning as we got started, and the numbers are trending up. In fact, the last 5 days have been well over 20 each day, 22, 26, 22, 24, and 26. So the numbers are trending up. And again, it's about 19.57. Again, that was a quick evaluation of our reports.
Thank you.
Mr. Livingston, may I ask a quick question since I was addressed directly?
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. King. Just to be clear, those are files that are approved, correct?
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr.
Thank you. Ms. McBride.
I guess I'm looking at people and not numbers or files. And I just believe that you all are doing a great job, but I think that it's always a possibility that we could do better. And I think that we need to have the people that know the people in the community to go out and help with the outreach. I was happy to see about the announcement with the faith-based communities. But you know, there's a difference between providing information and engaging the community. And we've done a good job with providing information. Now I'd like to see us engage and involve more of the communities that are vulnerable. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further questions regarding the coronavirus update? If not, Mr. Brown, you want to move on to item 10B?
Okay, yes, sir. Item, well, I'm actually still on that first update, Mr. Chair. I'm on item 3 now, then I'll be at the next one, sir. So in your packet on page 30 and in your page 23, you see that there was new guidance that was issued by the CDC. This specific guidance is associated with fully vaccinated people. And according to the CDC, it talks about what fully vaccinated people can do. And it goes through a list of items here that you see in your packet. And then that again are associated with an actual infographic that I've placed in the packet that communicates both on the unvaccinated side, what it talks about or what it shows in terms of masking. And then on the vaccinated side, what it shows that fully vaccinated people can do without masking. So that information is new over the last couple of weeks since the county has previously met. So I did want to update you with that information. And that information is also in your packet on page 23, then an infographic from the CDC on page 30. And certainly I'll take any questions from that. And if not, then I'll move on to the next item, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Any questions reference that item regarding coronavirus update? If not, Mr. Brown, you can proceed with item 10B.
Okay, sir. This item is the Land Development Code rewrite reminder, just communicating to council that in general, my understanding is that this project started somewhere close to almost going on 4 years now. We had a consultant. The consultant planned to be with the county and had an engagement which they projected to last about 2 years. But now as we're turning in and going to almost 4 years, the consultant is working with Richland County, really trying to wrap up that engagement and produce a product for Richland County. With that being said, I have listed on page 24 of your packet, and staff has also provided some additional information that we will send after this meeting that will give you a robust timeline and a robust outlook of all of the citizen engagement and public relation events that were held concerning this item since 2017. But in the meantime, you have in front of you potentially on your packet, page 24, some of the information that talks about how residents can still meet with Richland County staff, talks about public forums that are currently still projected to take place 11:30 a.m. on Tuesday, May 25th, on May 26th, Wednesday at 9:30 a.m. and again at 3:30 p.m. and on 6 o'clock p.m. on the 27th, which is Thursday. There'll be public forums via Zoom. The information to contact our department members who are working with this project is also listed there in your packet, as well as some general dates that I'll put down that show the projected timeline for the council to potentially adopt the text of the Land Development Code rewrite. And so that is information that we want to share on this evening. And so just quickly, I'll cover the timeline. The timeline for this particular project, we're looking potentially for first reading to be June 22nd. That would include an initial public hearing. The second reading would be July 13th. And then a third reading would be scheduled for July 20th, along with a second or an additional public hearing on the Land Development Code rewrite. In between that time, there are dates that are scheduled for work sessions with council, as well as other individuals of the public who are engaging in this particular process. And with all that being said, that is the timeline that we're looking to address, both to, number one, kind of wrap up our engagement with our consultant, as well as to kind of move on to the next steps concerning the Land Development Code rewrite. So I want to share that information with the council. I know there were questions about that. I have planning under the line, Mr. Brian Crooks and Mr. Clayton Vorgner, who can also add additional color to this item. I want to share that information with the council on this evening. I'm certainly happy to take any questions at this time.
Let me, before we take any questions, let me urge my colleagues to please, if at all possible, to participate in the work sessions regarding the Land Development Code rewrite. I mean, this is going to have a tremendous impact on the county as a whole, and your districts specifically in terms of growth and mobility and aesthetics, all those things that relates to the county and various districts. So I think it's incumbent upon you to, if you can, please try to participate and attend those work sessions. I have Mr. Walker, Ms. Newton, and Ms. McBride.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And my question is for Administrator Brown. Good evening to you, Mr. Brown.
Good evening.
I just had a question about the matter of notice. How is your team going about getting notice out to the public regarding the public forum or forums?
Thank you. Mr. Crooks, if you're on the line, and Mr. Chair, if you would recognize him, or Mr. Vorner, that would be appreciated, sir.
Yes, sir, Mr. Chair. May I be recognized?
Yes, please. Go ahead, Mr. Crooks.
Yes, sir. So, Mr. Walker, so we have done an initial notice through the PIO office about the release of the public draft. So that is one way that we have been doing that. We have also been, as we've been doing send outs for things, we've been trying to work with GCS, so Government Community Services, including that in their various newsletters as well. And one of the things that we are looking to do is include the public draft, a printed copy of that at the various library branches. So having that there available for people, if they can't access something digitally, being able to access there. We're also going to be looking at doing another press release through the PIO office this week to reiterate these public opportunities, specifically those public forums that we're hosting next week.
Thank you, Mr. Crooks.
I have Newton and McBride. Ms. Newton, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My unmute button did not recognize me fast enough. Thank you to the staff for the work that they're doing on the plan. I know that we've had a lot of conversations about this. Just a few questions. First, I think it's great that we're having copies of the plan at the public library. It is an extensive document. For my information, are these copies for citizens to take with them or copies for citizens to look at while at the library?
So we're looking at those to just be copies to be left at the library. I'm not sure if people would be able to print off their own with assistance of the library. I'm sure that's something that they could look at, but our intent is these would be copies for the library for those to continue to access as they visit each branch.
Okay, thank you. And again, I appreciate the virtual meetings. I just want to follow up and say there's been a lot of conversations about this in my community. And one of the things that I shared with them based on what I heard at our retreat in January was that we were going to be doing in-person road shows to share this information. And so I just want to make sure that that's something that we still have planned because all of the virtual forums are great. And as we're opening the county and we look at those in-person road shows that we had talked about, I think that it's important, particularly for certain communities, to have that information. I know that I have some meetings planned where we'll also be sharing that, but I wanted to emphasize that again. And also just to circle back, and we can do it after this meeting, the idea that we also talked about at the retreat of making sure that there's a cheat sheet where for those people who might not want to look at the entire copious volume at the library or print it off on their computer, that there's a shorter version that they can look at. So just wanted to put that back out there, that I think that's important for our constituents as well. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Ms. McBride, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to echo the comments from my colleagues about the great job that you're doing with this. My question was, I forgot that it has been almost 4 years since we've been working on this. That's a long time. And I know that a lot of work has gone into this. How much did we have to pay for our consultants for this work? Mr. Brown, if you have that information.
I don't have the exact number. We can get it for you, but my understanding is you close to, at this point, about around somewhere between 225 plus for $225,000 around it, plus that.
Right. They did a lot of work on this. Tell me, with the community meetings, are the consultants involved, or are our staff doing the community meetings?
I'm going to have Mr. Crooks answer that. I kind of know the answer, but Mr. Crooks, go ahead, sir.
Yes, ma'am. So we as staff, we will be the ones that are going to be leading these meetings. Really kind of what has happened in terms of this process now is the consultant has really been the one leading or driving a lot of that engagement in the past. And so we're really at a point now with the rewrite where we're able to take over staff-wise, and we be the ones that kind of lead that engagement, lead that process here forward through the remainder of the rewrite.
Okay, thank you. And my last question, the questionnaire that you sent out for council members and others to complete, it was an open-ended questionnaire. Do you have one where maybe there are some choices that you could select from and then have some open-ended questions?
I think we can do that. I think to that point, I think we were just kind of looking at more so what was your opinion kind of as a council member, and we'll be looking at some of those things as part of the work session on Thursday related to that as well. But I think we can take a look at that.
Okay, thank you.
Now, Master, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't know if there was any coordination with anybody on these meetings. About how long does each meeting last, time-wise? Talking about the public forums.
So we have these scheduled for about an hour and a half, but we can have them last as long as we need necessarily. But we've got them scheduled for about an hour and a half each or so.
Okay, and as Ms. McBride said, and someone else early on, that we've been doing this 4 years, so I'm kind of surprised with all the details and need to have workshop and meetings for the budget that we're also being pressed with this huge item that is very important to the county. For example, also, you have a public forum scheduled for 6 p.m. on Thursday, May 27th. There's also a budget meeting at 6 p.m. on that date. So anybody that maybe wants to attend the budget meeting for the public can't, or they want to attend this meeting, they can't if they want to do the budget. So it just seems like a big rush rather than wait till the budget is done and put this in, like 2 months would have made any more difference. But again, here's an example of a conflict, and I think we need a little better coordination on this. Thank you.
Any further questions? Mr. Brown.
Mr. Chair. Yes, thank you. As Mr. Brown, I would like to add, I appreciate the efforts of staff to coordinate the meetings. and the efforts to get the printed publication at the library, I do think that there needs to be a better laid out public engagement effort that is a little bit more robust than the basic, just because of the amount of work and time that we put into this document. And so I would like if there could be some type of public engagement plan given to council so that we know all of the opportunities that our constituents have to get involved, and that we can make sure that we can share that as well. And I think they need more than just virtual meetings, and we need to figure out other opportunities sooner rather than later.
Any further comments regarding land development code rewrite? If not, anything else with that, Mr. Brown?
Yes, sir. Mr. Chair, I want to certainly acknowledge, I heard what you said, Ms. Mackey, got it. Wanted to make sure I gave you a chance to finish that. So we'll certainly look at that. I also want to share some information with really all of council based on my understanding of this particular project and some of the timeliness associated with this project, not because I'm necessarily trying to rush you, but my understanding, as I stated in the beginning, was that this engagement with the consultant was roughly planned to be a 2-year engagement. And so going into 4 years, the consultant at this point is looking to know specifically from Richland County what information that they have developed, where there are questions or any needs to be addressed from council so that they can, from their perspective, wrap this engagement up, because it has far exceeded their expectation. So my understanding is that a part of that process, that right now that we certainly are in the pandemic and that there's been a lot of virtual activity per se or scheduled. But in addition to this that we're trying to do now, that there prior to this, that there were direct citizen engagements associated with this project. So I certainly understand that some time has passed, but I do want to just share for those members who may not be aware that my understanding is that a lot of that has been done. And so while there's some conflicts now, that's not reflective of all of the public opportunities that have taken place related to this land development code project. So again, not saying that as an excuse, just saying that as additional information concerning both the consultant and the timeliness of this project that has been, I don't want to say delayed, but has been prolonged, but longer than the anticipated engagement.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. Brown. And I absolutely want to acknowledge that this process did start, in 2017, well before my time and the time of most of us on council, and just put out there that yes, we need to have this timeline, and that there might be opportunities for us to talk to the consultant once we have what we think our ideal timeline is and see how we might be able to coordinate, or there might be a small additional fee or what we need to do. You're absolutely right that there have been meetings and there have been opportunities for the public to engage. At the same time, it's also true that there are large swaths of our community who were completely unaware of this process. And then when you mix the timeline of people who previously didn't know about the process and then just found out during COVID when the process was not as easy to participate in, that is what you're seeing here. And there just frankly are a lot of people who didn't know. So I absolutely acknowledge that we had the meetings, back in 2017, 2018, we tried. I just think that there has to be some way that we bridge the gap, understanding the extraordinariness of what happened with COVID. Yes, we have to respect the vendor and work that out. But between our staff and the vendor, I guess I'm just saying I'm open to alternate ways that we can work it out, even if we need to talk about additional arrangements just to make sure that our citizens feel like they really had a chance to participate. Thank you.
Understood. Thank you.
Brown, anything else reference your report?
No, sir, Mr. Chair. That concludes my report, sir.
Thank you very much. That brings us to item 11 on our agenda. That is the report of the clerk to council.
Yes, sir. And I'm going to share my screen. So as you can see here, I'm going to make this a little bit bigger so you can all see it. So these are the meetings coming up. So on May 20th, we have the Land Development Code rewrite. This is the mapping process work session. This is from 4 to 6. This is a Zoom meeting. On May 20th, we have the budget public hearing. That is from 6 to 7. It is a Zoom meeting. On May 24th, 2021, we have the coronavirus ad hoc meeting from 5 to 6. That is a Zoom meeting. On May 25th, we have several meetings. We have the Transportation Ad Hoc Committee meeting from 4 to 5. We have the Development and Services Committee from 5 to 6. We have Administration and Finance Committee from 6 to 7, and a zoning public hearing from 7 to 8. On May 27th, we have the second reading of the budget workshop, and that is from 6 to 7. It is a Zoom meeting. Moving down, just to bolster Mr. Crooks's project, we have the Land Development Code rewrite holds. These are meetings that are currently on hold. They should be on your calendars. And if they are not, please let me know. Moving to the second item on my list, we have the National Public Works Week. This is a flyer that has been put in your inboxes, but also I wanted to share it in honor of our proclamation. So here is the flyer that went out. I will stop sharing my screen now, if I can figure out how to do that. There we go. So moving forward, I also wanted to mention that Tamar will be calling each of the council members to set up interviews via Zoom. This is a project to do 5-minute interviews with some of our new council members. And these 5-minute vignettes will go out to the public on our channels and internet through the internet as well. And I believe that is all I have, sir.
Thank you very much. Any questions reference this matters? Comments? And then the next item is item 12, report of the chair. The chair does not have a report. That brings us to item 13, open and close public hearings. 13A, authorize the expansion of the boundaries of the I-77 corridor regional industrial park jointly developed with Fairfield County to include certain property related to Richland County, execution and delivery of a public infrastructure credit agreement to provide for public infrastructure credits to Catawba Apartments, LLC, a company previously identified as Project Catawba, and other related matters. That public hearing is now open. Did anyone sign up to speak at that public hearing, 13A?
No, sir.
Public hearing is now closed. That brings us to item 14 on your agenda, which is third reading items. That is 13A, authorize expansion of the boundaries of I-77 corridor regional industrial park jointly developed by Fairfield County to include certain property located in Richland County, and execution and delivery of a public infrastructure credit agreement to provide for public infrastructure credits to Catawba Apartments, LLC, and company previously identified as Project Catawba, and other related matters. That is a third reading item. The chair will entertain a motion reference that item. That is.
Move for approval.
Second.
Move proper second for approval. In discussion reference 14A. Mr. Ratio, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So it's my understanding that the developer has been working with the City of Columbia regarding some commitments. Is there someone on the line who could maybe share those commitments with the county?
Councilwoman Tracia, this is Tushar Chickleaker with Nexon Pruitt, outside counsel for the developer. And we have Adam Beck here from Dinnerstein, the developer, as well. We have been busy, and certainly Adam and his team have been busy since we last saw you for second reading. We've had a number of meetings with city officials, with neighborhood officials, with USC as well to understand their concerns, hear their concerns, and have come to an agreement on some additional commitments that largely fall into the categories of affordable housing, safety, and then some other neighborhood concerns. As I mentioned, Adam Beck from Dinnerstein is here again with us today and can provide some additional detail in that regard.
Yes, thank you, Tushar, and evening, council members. Appreciate the time and good to see everybody again. Yeah, the Councilman Trecio, in terms of kind of the commitments that we have agreed to kind of over the past couple of weeks with the City of Columbia, again, we think overall, make the project better and again, benefit and provide, continued public benefit to the overall city and county. Kind of more specifically, kind of in addition to what Tushar mentioned there was we've agreed to make 5% of the total units, I guess, kind of attainable housing or income restricted. So it'll be 14 units out of 278 apartments will be income restricted, with 5 of the 14 being limited to 50% of the average median income, and then the other 9 units being 80% average area income, as well as we've been working with the city and the university on kind of addressing some concerns the university brought up with relating to a railroad crossing of Lincoln Street there that we will, again, fund, I think, to the quiet zone to address some of those safety concerns, as well as part of our public improvement and part of our design of our project will be to extend the sidewalk crossing up to the railroad right away on our side of the project on Lincoln, as well as add additional lighting, landscaping, signage, striping, anything to address kind of and to address kind of any safety for concerns for pedestrian and bike crossings over there. Also, we'll be leasing obviously by the unit and not by the bed. This is an apartment project, not a student housing project. And so that was, I think, something that just came up through City Council. But we've made that commitment. That was, again, never our intention as well. It's always been apartments and not student housing. We've also worked with the Middle District Alliance to address some of their kind of neighborhood concerns in terms of some wetlands mitigation along the eastern border of our projects. We've committed some funds to the Middle District Alliance to help improve the kind of stormwater runoff in the wetlands area on the eastern border of our project, as well as fund some additional traffic studies and traffic mitigation measures that will, should help address kind of some concerns the Middle District Alliance had with potential tenants, traffic flow around our project and kind of potentially into the Olympia Mills neighborhoods, as well as we've been in conversations with the Comet to see if we can actually add a bus stop for a couple of lines for our residents on the kind of probably the northeast corner of Catawba and Lincoln Street. And then we've also provided some additional kind of information about our project. We're going to try and see if we can maximize, any additional parking spaces on site, as well as provide a kind of a detailed security plan for our project that outlines kind of the controlled access for our site, the traffic flow, kind of other security measures that we have planned for our project. So I think that should hopefully answer your question.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Can I just do a quick follow-up on this?
You still have the floor, Mr. Ratio.
Okay. And so regarding the the security plan, just wanted to check in around, I guess, one of the things that this council has been interested in is like an absentee landlord ordinance. And so I know this will be within the City of Columbia, but are there, have there been thoughts around how to ensure that tenants are held accountable for their actions and their, and I guess maintaining good status as neighbors?
It's a good question. So this project, we will be self-managed by our company, TC Management. So we won't have a third-party management company. And as part of that, we, do all of the, above market, screening procedures for any and all tenants, including background checks. And then there are repercussions and a kind of code of conducts and addendums to the lease that all tenants are required to sign. There's, quiet hours, there's many different things that they need to follow. And then there are, warnings that are initial fines that are given, and also, things that, again, result if the tenant, if there are ongoing issues, evictions that can occur.
Okay, great. That's super helpful. My last question on this item is, could you share with us, I wasn't able to attend the City of Columbia's meeting today. What is the status with this item in the city? Has it received third reading, or can you just update us on that real quick?
Yeah, and I'll take that one, Adam. We have received first reading, Councilwoman Teresa, of the first of the 2 required readings. We are working closely with the city now to come up with and really respond to their requests as to how to document some of these additional commitments. My suspicion is that their consent ordinance will have an addendum of some kind, whether it be an additional agreement or simply an exhibit that weaves in these additional commitments. Our hope is to be able to move forward with that second and final reading at the June 1st City Council meeting.
Further questions?
Okay, I think that's it from me. Thank you.
Anyone else? It's been moved and properly second for approval. There's no further discussion. Mrs. Mathis, can you call the roll for the motion for approval for item 14A?
Certainly. Malinowski,
No.
Pugh,
Yes.
McBride,
Yes.
Livingston,
Yes.
Teresa.
Yes, and was there a hand up? Sorry. I know we're voting now.
Yes.
Thank you. Barron,
Yes.
Overture Walker,
Yes.
Mackey,
I did have my hand up, Mr. Livingston, before we called the vote, and I was just wanted to recuse.
Go ahead.
No problem. I wanted to recuse myself from the vote due to my parent company representing the client.
You there?
Let the record reflect. You may go ahead on Ms. Mathis.
English,
Yes.
Newton,
Yes.
motion passes.
Thank you.
Mr.
Can I bring
Chair,
us
Mr. Chair, I would like to move for reconsideration.
motion for reconsideration, item 14A. Is there a second?
Second.
Mr. Chair, is this one time sensitive? I know that, they're also waiting on June 1st. Is there any hurry from the county side?
It's my understanding it's time sensitive.
Councilwoman Tracy, this is Tushar Leaker again. It is time sensitive. I mean, I think even having the city council meeting on June 1st is pushing up against some of our limits under the current construct of the deal. So it is a time sensitive matter.
Okay, and could you just share with us what would expire or what would go sideways if this were not reconsidered tonight?
Yeah, Adam, why don't you take that one since you're in the weeds on the contract?
Yeah, if this were, I guess delayed, we would probably be forced to obviously terminate the contract and terminate the deal because we have some terms under our contract where we, closed and everything is contingent upon the approval.
Okay, thank you for sharing that.
Well, it was moved second for reconsideration, correct?
Yes.
Ms. Mathis, will you move on with the vote for reconsideration for item 14A?
Malinowski,
Yes.
Pugh,
No.
McBride,
No.
Livingston,
Uh,
Teresa,
No.
Joe Walker,
No.
Barron,
No.
Overture Walker,
No.
Mackey,
She abstains.
Keep saying.
Thank you. English,
No.
Newton,
No.
Motion fails.
Thank you. That brings us to item 15 on our agenda, which is the second reading items. 15A is providing for the issuance of refunding revenue bonds in one or more series to exempt or taxable in an amount not to exceed $18 million to refund the county's outstanding Village of Sand Hills Improvement District Assessment Revenue Bond, series is 2004, and other matters related thereof. And second reading, I entertain a motion. Entertain a motion for item 15A.
So moved.
Moved.
Second.
Properly second. Been discussion reference to item 15A. Ms. Malinak, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would just like to ask in the future that this one and the next one, we don't have any dates in our agenda for when first reading took place. I'd like to see them put in so we have complete info. Thank you.
Further discussion, there be none. Mrs. Mathis, can you call for the vote for item 15A?
Malinowski,
Yes.
Hugh,
Yes.
McBride,
Yes.
Livingston,
Yes.
Teresa,
Yes.
Joe Walker,
Yes.
Barron,
Yes.
Overture Walker,
Yes.
Mackey,
Yes.
English.
Yes.
That was a yes.
Yes.
Newton,
Yes.
motion passes.
That brings us to item 15B, providing for the issuance of general obligation bonds in one or more series, tax exempt or taxable, in an amount not to exceed $13 million to refund a portion of the county's outstanding general obligation bonds and other related matters. Chair, entertain a motion reference item 4. I'm sorry.
Move for
15.
approval.
Motion for approval, item 15B. Is there a second?
Second.
Moving properly second. Any discussion reference item 15B? There being none, I'll ask Ms. Mathis to call the roll for the motion for approval for item 15B.
Malinowski,
Yes.
Hugh,
Yes.
McBride,
Yes.
Livingston,
Yes.
Teresa,
Yes.
Joe Walker,
Yes.
Barron,
Yes.
Overture Walker,
Yes.
Mackey,
Yes.
English,
Yes.
Newton.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you. That brings us to item 15C. Authorize the execution and delivery of a fee in lieu of ad valorem taxes and incentive agreement by and between Richland County, South Carolina, and Project Curb to provide for payment of fee in lieu of taxes, authorizing certain infrastructure credits and other related matters. Chair, entertain a motion for item 15C.
Mr. Chair, move for approval.
Motion for approval. Properly second. Any discussion reference to item 15C? Mr. Malinak, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I know I asked this at the first reading, and that is Exhibit A is a blank piece of paper. I'd like to see that presented to everyone by third reading. Thank you.
So noted, Mr. Malinowski. Any further discussion? Mr. Ratio, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Kind of like what we did at the first reading, could we just have a brief, as much as we can give, description of what this project is?
Mr. Chair.
Have anyone from Economic Development, from Mr. Cooper online?
Mr. Chair,
Yes, go ahead, Mr.
this for 15C?
Yes. Mhm.
Okay, this is the second reading for proposal fee in lieu to support the expansion of an existing manufacturer of packaging materials located near Blythewood. This expansion represents a capital investment of $21 million and the creation of 165 new jobs at the average wage of about $17 an hour.
Thank you, Ms. McBride.
You're welcome.
Further discussion reference item 15C. If not, Ms. Mathis, can you call for the vote for the motion for item 15C?
Certainly. Malinowski,
Yes.
Pugh,
Yes.
McBride,
Yes.
Livingston,
Yes.
Teresa,
Yes.
Joe Walker,
Yes.
Aaron,
Yes.
Overture Walker,
Yes.
Mackey,
Yes.
English,
Yes.
Newton, was that a yes? I'm sorry.
Yes, it was. Thank you.
Motion passes.
Thank you. That brings us to item 15D, which is our last second reading item. It is authorized execution and delivery of fee in lieu of ad valorem taxes and an incentive agreement by and between Richland County, South Carolina, and a company known for the time being as Project Coyote to provide for payment of fee in lieu of taxes, authorizing certain infrastructure credits and other related matters. Entertain a motion for item 15D.
Move for approval, Mr. Chair.
Motion for approval. Properly second. Mr. Rachel, your hand up for this one?
Yes, I just had the same request as the other item. If we could have that same kind of succinct description.
You have that one, Ms. McBride?
Yes, this is the second reading for a proposed fee in lieu of taxes for Project Coyote, an existing manufacturer of building materials that is considering the consolidation of operations to Richland County and an expansion of existing operations. This new project represents an investment of $4.8 million and the creation of 20 new jobs with an average wage of more than $21 an hour.
Thank you.
Do you recognize?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. What I have is a question more to take up later, which is I would love for us to have a conversation in general about some of our FELO agreements and what the threshold is. I'm delighted to have a $4.6 million investment and 20 jobs. I just want to know what our floor is for considering these types of arrangements, because that's a far cry from, say, the $20 million in the other agreements that we're offering. So that's just for later. Thank you.
Thank you. That brings us, did we carry the motion on item 15D?
No.
Yes,
No.
we had a motion.
It's moving properly seconded. Ms. Mathis, can you call the roll for item 15D?
Yes. Malinowski,
Yes.
Pugh,
Yes.
McBride,
Yes.
Livingston,
Yes.
Teresa,
Yes.
Joe Walker,
Yes.
Aaron,
Yes.
Overture Walker,
Yes.
Mackey,
Yes.
English,
Yes.
Newton.
Yes.
Motion passes.
That brings us to the report of the Economic Development Committee. Ms. McBride, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. 16A is a report of the Economic Development Committee. It's a resolution, one, approving the assignment to treat the role at the stadium owner of LLC of all rights, interests, and obligations of Rain Living WB LLC as a successor in interest by assignment to Rain Living Columbia LLL, FAA Rain Living LLC, Rain Living under the certain infrastructure credit agreement between Rain Living and Richland County, South Carolina credit agreement. Two, authorizing the county's execution and delivery of an assignment and assumption of infrastructure credit agreement in connection with such assignment. And three, authorizing other matters related thereto. Additional information is on pages 262 to 271. This is simply a resolution to approve the assignment of the county's infrastructure credit agreement with the Rain Living to a new owner, Trep the Row at the Stadium Owner LLC, and to allow the county to execute documents associated with the transfer. It is recommended by the Economic Committee to approve.
You heard the Economic Development Committee's recommendation. Questions? If there's no questions after the Economic Development Committee's recommendation, I'll ask Ms. Mathis to call for the vote for the recommendation from the Economic Development Committee regarding item 16A.
Malinowski,
No.
Hugh,
Yes.
McBride,
Yes.
Livingston,
Yes.
Teresio,
No.
Joe Walker,
Yes.
Barron,
Yes.
Overture Walker,
Yes.
Mackey,
Yes, Mr. Chair, I'm recusing myself again.
English,
Yes.
Newton.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you,
Mr.
Ms.
Chair.
McBride. Does that complete your report?
Mr. Chair, this is time, yes, and this is time sensitive. I move for reconsideration, please.
Motion for
Second.
reconsideration for the resolution, proper second. Ms. Mathis, can you call for the vote for the motion to reconsider item 16A?
Certainly. Malinowski,
Yes.
Hugh,
No.
McBride,
No.
Livingston,
No.
Teresio,
Yes.
Joe Walker,
No.
Barron,
No.
Overture Walker,
No.
Mackey, recused, English,
No.
Newton.
No.
Motion fails.
Right.
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Walker, you recognize.
Yeah, point of order. I just want to make sure with our parliamentarian that that resolution does not in fact require 3 readings in a public hearing. I'd just like that to be on the record, please.
Chair would say no, but if
It
legal
doesn't.
wants to respond, it's a resolution.
It does not.
I understand y'all's opinion. I'd like our.
That's what I'm saying. If legal want to respond, yes.
I
Miss-
concur, Mr. Walker. It does not require.
Thank you. That's all I needed. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Walker. Ms. McBride, does that complete your report?
That completes my report, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. That brings us to item 17 on your agenda, which is the report of the Rules and Appointments Committee. Mr. Malinowski, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The Community Relations Council, we need to make a correction. There are only 8 vacancies that are being recommended for filling, because that's what we have been interviewing for all along. So the number should be 8. And the committee recommends to appoint the following 8 individuals. And for the sake of brevity, I will mention the alphabetical letters next to the names. The committee recommends A, B, C, I, J, K, L, M. Those are the 8 that the committee recommends to appoint to the Community Relations Council.
Heard the committee's recommendation, discussion. Just one quick question, Ms. Malinowski. Do we know which of these individuals are incumbents who are currently members of the committee?
I do not have that info in front of me.
Mr. Chair,
And you recognize.
Mr. Malinowski, may I?
Yeah, I think you have it.
So we know that candidate A and M are incumbents.
Thank you. Any further questions?
Thank you, Mr. Barron.
If not, you heard committee's recommendation. I'll call for the vote. Ms. Mathis, for the committee's recommendation for item 17A.
Mr. Chair,
Ms. Teresa, you recognize.
could you list those just one more time? I didn't get everything.
Sure, you ready?
Go ahead, Ms. Mathis.
Okay, A, B, C, I, J, K, L, M.
Thank you.
Sure.
Any further discussion? If not, then Ms. Mathis, you may proceed with the vote for 17A.
Malinowski,
Yes.
Hugh,
Yes.
McBride,
Yes.
Livingston,
Yes.
Teresio,
Yes.
Walker,
Yes.
Barron,
An excited yes.
Overture Walker,
Yes.
Mackey,
Yes.
English,
Yes.
Newton,
Yes.
motion passes.
And Mr. Malinowski, I think, what was it, 2, 3?
2, 3, and 4 are omitted. In case anybody is wondering why, it's because some of the individuals to be interviewed called in and canceled for personal reasons, and there was some question as to the actual number of vacancies on some of those committees. So they'll be taken up at the next rules meeting, and that concludes my report, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much. That brings to item 18, the report of the Employee Evaluation and Oversight of Ad hoc Committee. Ms. Needy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The Employee Evaluation and Oversight Committee met today to discuss the vacant county attorney position, and we covered that item in executive session. So that concludes my report for today.
Now that brings us to item 19, which is other items. The first one is Taylor's Community Improvement Funds. Mr. Brown. Who would handle that on behalf of staff?
Yes, sir, Mr. Chair. So this item was previously before a council. This item was deferred. There were some questions that were asked as a result of that process. One of the questions, or the questions can be found or located on page 371, where staff responded to the inquiries in the council packet with an addendum. There was a question related to what the agreement actually said regarding the funds. That can be found on page 371 of your packet. There's a question concerning whether or not this particular community had an HOA or a similar organization which the county may partner with. The Government Community Services Office did find out that there's an existence of a homeowners organization or neighborhood group. There was a personal phone number attached to that. We did not include that in the packet because we would not want to include an individual's personal phone number without being sure that that was something that would be made public. So other than that, Mr. Chair, we're listening to the will of council concerning this matter.
Any questions from my colleagues regarding item 19A? Mr. Mallon, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. On page 335 of our agenda, the sentence above the county attorney's office feedback, it says, depending on the measures implemented, limited maintenance costs may be associated with the projects. I still contend that these are private funds going for private use. It's bad enough that the government is in the middle of this. There should be no expenses or costs of taxpayers' money for this whatsoever. Private funds for private use. It's been determined there's an HOA of sorts in the community. I would recommend the funds go to them for their handling and use according to the agreement. Thank you.
You heard the recommend. You heard the motion by. Was that a motion, Ms. Malinowski?
Yes, sir, that's my motion, to give the funds to the HOA along with the necessary paperwork that shows the agreement and what they have to act within in the spending of it.
Heard the motion. Is there a second? To Ms. Malinowski's
Second.
motion. Moved and properly second. Discussion reference to the motion before us. Ms. Barron, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. While I agree with my colleagues in getting these funds out to the local HOA, I do think that we want to put some measures in place to follow up, just to note what is being done, some type of reporting, evaluation of some sort, just as for just being good stewards of the funds that are being given out.
I agree.
Ratio?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to give our attorney a chance to speak to this. I mean, I know that it has had a legal review. I just wanted to see if there were any concerns or any considerations that our attorney would provide to us before we vote.
Ms. McLean, you recognize.
Thank you. Mr. Ratio, I don't really have any concerns as long as the language that was provided to you, which is in the Economic Development Agreement, is complied with. And it's pretty broad language. The money can go to the community. County has the sole discretion in determining the particular community investment on which the funds are expended. So I don't really have any big concerns about this. I agree with having some measure of control just in so we know what's happening with the money. But
Thank you. And did Ms. Barron, did you want to amend the motion? Did you want to add something like that in your motion and to the motion on the floor?
Malinowski made the motion.
That would be great if Mr. Malinowski would have a friendly amendment to.
Yeah, I would accept a friendly amendment. Go ahead, Ms. Barron.
And I would just merely add the language of providing a final update with how the funds were expended.
And I'm fine with that as long as the seconder of the motion is fine with it.
Who's the second of the motion?
Yeah, this is Joe Walker. I seconded the motion. I think that as opposed to an update on how the funds were expended, Ms. Barron, if you could include some language, maybe even provided by Ms. McLean, as to some guardrails associated with how the funds are expended, and then proof that the manager of those funds did actually stay within those guardrails.
I would agree. I would agree, Mr. Walker.
Right.
How it was spent at the report. Ms. McBride?
No, I'm gonna stay out this one.
Ms. Newton. Ms. Newton, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Based on the now amended motion that's on the floor, my question is, what does a yes vote equate to tonight? Does a yes vote mean that a document will come back to us that outlines those parameters for this, or does it mean something else?
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
I think the council can make that decision if they'd like to see that come back, Ms. Newton, before we approve it going forward to the community, then we can just certainly ask for that.
Okay, thank
you. Saying that's okay to be a part of your motion, okay?
Yeah, I'll make that part of the motion.
Any further discussion? If not, I'll ask Ms. Mathis to call for the vote for item 19A.
Malinowski,
Yes.
Hugh,
Yes.
McBride,
Yes.
Livingston,
Yes.
Teresa,
Yes.
Joe Walker,
Yes.
Barron,
Yes.
Overture Walker,
Yes.
Mackey,
Yes.
English,
Yes.
Newton.
Yes.
Motion passes.
That brings us to item 19B, intergovernmental agreement with the town of Arcadia Lakes. Mr. Ryan?
Yes, sir, Mr. Chair. This item has also previously been before council. There were some questions that were asked concerning this item. Those questions have been answered. I'll go over them briefly. The answers can be found in the agenda briefing document notated on page 398. In short, there were questions asked as to whether or not this agreement was consistent with other agreements. And the answer to that question is yes. There was a question concerning whether or not the fees associated with this service was consistent with the money that we were receiving in the county. The answer is yes. There are no out-of-pocket costs associated with this service. The money that is being collected is paying for and is within the bounds of paying for this service. And so those are the general questions that were asked concerning this matter. And with that being the case, Mr. Chair, I would ask that the council would move forward with staff's recommendation for the approval of this agreement.
Thank you. You heard the administrator's response reference
I move for
recommendation.
approval.
Motion for approval of staff recommendation. Is there a second?
Second.
Moving proper second. Mr. Malinak, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just have one question. That is on page 398 of our agenda. At the bottom, under additional comments for consideration, the sentence says the town of Arcadia Lakes has no issue with the additional language recommended by the committee. The legal department has updated the agreement. I didn't really see where it was updated other than adding dates at the end. Could legal maybe tell us what was updated, please?
Mr. Malinowski, I believe we added language about the, I didn't actually draft it, that would be Lauren, but I believe we added the language that you requested about the, if payment was needed, extra cost incurred, that they would pay those. So Lauren, if you're on there, can you speak to that?
Yes, I am here. That is the language that was added.
Okay, I must have missed that. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Any further questions reference item 19B? If not, Mrs. Mathis, can you call for the vote for the motion for item 19B?
Certainly. Malinowski,
Yes.
Hugh,
Yes.
McBride,
Yes.
Livingston,
Yes.
Teresa,
Yes.
Joe Walker,
Yes.
Barron,
Yes.
Overture Walker,
Yes.
Mackey,
Yes.
English,
Yes.
Newton.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Mr. Chair, this item was an agreement that had expired and needed to be put back in place. I would ask for the council to consider consideration at this time.
Move for reconsideration.
Second.
It's moving proper second for reconsideration of item 19B. Ms. Mathis, could you call for the vote for item 19B for reconsideration?
Malinowski,
No.
Hugh,
No.
McBride,
No.
Livingston,
No.
Teresa,
No.
Joe Walker,
No.
Barron,
No.
Overture Walker,
No.
Mackey,
No.
English,
No.
Newton.
No.
Motion fails.
Thank you.
That brings us to item 19C, fiscal year 21 District 4 household tax allocations. Chair, entertain a motion.
Move for approval.
For
Second.
approval, properly second. Any discussion?
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
this one just didn't show up in my packet. Could you just give me the information on what it is?
It's an event called Juneteenth event that will take place on, I think it's the 20th. It's a event that number draws probably about 20,000 individuals, and I'll make sure you get a complete write-up on it. I'm sorry, it wasn't in your packet.
Not necessary, but I do want an invitation.
Any
Thank
further
you.
questions? Not, Ms. Matheson, call the roll for the motion for item 19C.
Certainly. Malinowski,
Yes.
Hugh,
Yes.
McBride,
Yes.
Livingston,
Yes.
Teresio,
Yes.
Joe Walker,
No.
Barron,
Yes.
Overture Walker,
Yes.
Mackey,
Yes.
English,
Yes.
Newton,
Yes, with that aforementioned invitation.
motion passes.
Thank you. Chair, entertain a motion for reconsideration for item
Move for
C.
reconsideration.
Move for reconsideration.
Second.
Is there a second?
Second.
Move proper second reconsideration. Mrs. Matheson, call the roll for the motion for reconsideration.
Malinowski,
No.
Hugh,
No.
McBride,
No.
Livingston,
No.
Teresio,
No.
Joe Walker,
Yes.
Barron,
No.
Overture Walker,
No.
Mackey,
No.
English,
No.
Newton,
No.
motion fails.
Thank you. That brings us to executive session items. Ms. McLean, can you highlight those for us? And I'll make the motion.
Yes, sir. We still have item 7B. That is related to the Richland County face mask ordinance extension and the executive order of the governor. You can go into executive session pursuant to South Carolina Code of Laws, section 30-4-70A2. And item 7C is the 911 center proposal, discussions and negotiations instant to propose contractual arrangements and legal advice. That is also pursuant to South Carolina Code of Laws 30-4-70A2.
Okay, if there's no objection, we'll do the 911 first.
Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, thank you. When we first started the meeting, Attorney McLean said that we didn't necessarily have to go into executive session for item B, the face mask ordinance. I would like to make a motion right out here in public session based on the information provided to us in the administrator's report on pages 23 and 30 of the agenda that Richland County end its face mask ordinance requirement.
I'll second that.
Now, say that again, Ms. Malinowski, in terms of the motion.
I'm referring to information on pages 23 and 30 of our agenda provided by the administrator, which shows all the face mask percentages and the CDC at the federal level and DHEC at the state level, indicating that face masks aren't necessarily required anymore. And based on that information, my motion is to have Richland County end its face mask ordinance. And Mr. Joe Walker.
I will again second that.
Thank you.
That's moved properly second, and you're correct. It doesn't have to be an executive session item.
I'm not understanding, was that a motion made now not to go into executive session? Or are you making that motion for us to vote on?
Well, let me ask Mr. McLean a question. As a matter of fact, since we have this listed on our agenda as an executive session item, remember that agenda just simply says that an item qualifies for the session. It doesn't say you have to go into executive session. Can you respond to that, Ms.?
That's correct. We're not required to go in executive session. That's always at the council. And generally speaking, the language, I don't see the language in the agenda today, unfortunately. But in our previous agendas, we have had language stating that we can basically take action to vote on any item that is on the agenda for, it's under 20A. It's there. Okay, so after we return to open session, if we never go in, it doesn't matter. Council may take action on any item of this something that was under executive session. So you don't have to. You can vote on it.
I'm just making that clear that the motion is proper before me because it doesn't have to go into executive session.
Yes, sir.
The mover and properly second. Now what's before us is discussion of the motion that was made by Mr. Malinowski. Reference to mask ordinance.
Mr. Chair, thank you. I just want to clarify that the current ordinance is set to expire. Is that on June the 5th?
That's correct.
Okay. And if we were to vote to cancel the ordinance today, what effect would that have on county staff and potentially some of our groups like the library, organizations like the library? Would we have would that extend to those places, or would they be able to make their own rules about requiring masks or face coverings?
That's a legal question. More than $1 an hour I get as a council member, Ms. McLean.
Okay. Well, Mr. Ratio, essentially, if I'm remembering our ordinance correctly, the council can always and the administrator make rules about public buildings, whether those are in this ordinance or not. The ordinance would relate to businesses and those other areas within Richland County. I don't think there's anything that would stop a business entity from requiring a face mask. This would just not be a requirement that Richland County had anymore.
Just to follow that.
Okay, thank you. Can I ask one more?
I'm sorry. Go ahead, Ms.
Okay.
You have the floor.
Yes, and so thank you. I'm glad to hear from our attorney on this, and I just wanted to hear from our administrator on his thoughts on how this would impact particularly county staff since we are opening to the public again.
Yes, ma'am. So in terms of impacting county staff, this would not prohibit staff members from wearing masks. I mentioned that at a previous meeting that I was in, that I thought it was important that we begin to share that as these things potentially materialize, that we would support individuals who wanted to maintain masking. In terms of the county's facilities, and I'll certainly take some cues here from the council on this evening, we could still have screenings. We could still have a mask being required in our public spaces within county facilities. So if that was our desire and our agreed upon stance, then that's something we could continue to do. I have already received questions from staff about this matter, and I asked them to wait to council to weigh in on this. But Mr. Ratio, if we remove the ordinance, I still would support and provide support for individuals within our service area who want to wear a mask. And so that certainly would not prohibit anyone from wearing a mask that wants to wear a mask as county staff. But I would certainly like to hear some guidance from the council. If you do remove the ordinance, is it your intent that you would also expect that citizens would be able to enter to county facilities and not be required to wear a mask because those are questions that will be asked. And I would certainly like to have that answered as well as you consider this information on tonight.
Thank you. And yes, I want to hear from other colleagues too. I just wanted to say, with this motion, would you need an amendment to the motion, or would you just be able to do that through policy as the administrator?
Yeah, as the administrator, no, ma'am. If the council removed the mask ordinance, then in essence, I would then have the ability to communicate that the masks are not required, but our staff could wear them if they so chose, or the citizens could wear them if they so chose. So it would require additional information other than me knowing that your intent is also to have citizens enter to the facilities without mask also.
Okay, thank you. That's it for me.
I have, Ms. McLean, you need to ask something before? Ms. Mackey, Ms. Barron, and then Ms. Newton.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Malinowski, is that a motion to repeal, basically? Is that what you're saying? I just want to make sure I'm clear on what we're doing.
Yes.
Thank you.
Be clear, the motion is to repeal the current ordinance, for the record. Ms. Mackey, Ms. Barron, and Ms. Newton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I guess just
break it up a little bit, Ms. Mackey.
Clear, because since we did not actually vote on whether or not we were going. Sorry, can you hear me?
Yeah, you're breaking up a little bit, but I can hear you now. Go ahead.
Since we did not vote on whether or not we're going into executive session, I guess as we're talking about this, Attorney McLean, you'll let me know what is okay. Okay. So my concern is after we repeal the ordinance, is county staff available or able to make this change that quickly and notify staff accordingly?
If you repeal, I think you're asking me, Ms. Mackey, this is the administrator. If you repeal the ordinance, I'm sure there are members on tonight who would be sharing the information with staff as they came into the offices in the morning in terms of whether or not we could change the signage that we have listed out front in the facilities. We could probably get that done within the day. But it won't take a long time turnaround to share this information throughout the community of employees.
Thank you. And then one more thing, Mr. Chair. I do still, I guess, have concern about our safety of county employees in county buildings. And I'm not sure if we've addressed that clearly tonight. I understand that it can be turned around, but I don't feel that it's fully been addressed, and there is a plan to make sure that all county staff and constituents entering county buildings will be safe and there's proper measures in place.
Thank you.
That's all, Mr. Chair.
Ms. Barron and Ms. Newton.
Mr. Chair, I will yield to Ms. Newton. She did have her hand up before I had mine up.
Oh, that's okay. I'll yield to you, Ms. Barron.
Okay. So like Ms. Mackey, I am concerned about the safety of our staff and the constituents that will come into the facilities that we have, and having an effective plan that we can implement. So while I do understand that the information that's been presented by the administrator tonight does say that it is safe to not have a mask, but we're forgetting one little piece about the information, and that it is safe for those of us who are vaccinated to interact without a mask. And we know that our numbers, while we have hesitancy all throughout, not only the county, the state, and you know, for the country for that matter. So when we look at repealing this mask ordinance, I would like for us to if we're going to follow the CDC guidance, then let's follow it. And that is that if you are not vaccinated, then you need to continue to wear a mask. And we can't get into the conversation about, who's gonna, if they're gonna be truthful, and we don't have the vaccine police. So it is, one of those things where we have to err on the side of integrity of not only our staff, but the citizens as well. But I want us to, we're throwing out this information that the administrator has given us, but we're not looking at the whole presentation that was given to us. And so I would like for my colleagues to take in consideration the people who work for this county day in and day out and interact with people day in and day out, especially those who are not been vaccinated, whether it's our staff or whether it's the citizens that they will come in contact with. Thank you.
Clarification, Mr. Chair.
Clarification, Mr. Malinowski.
Thank you. I believe the administrator stated he would still have the ability to make such requirements, to enforce such requirements, and he could advise staff, if you're not vaccinated, you still must wear the mask. So the administrator does have the ability to make sure safety is put in place. Thank you.
Ms. Newton, then Mr. Pugh.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to my colleagues. I think that I support what we've been talking about in terms of following the guidance. And I think from a vaccination perspective, it's important to note that we're at about 30% vaccination rate. So that means 3 out of 10 people are vaccinated and 7 out of 10 aren't. And I know I years ago lived in a country where there was a problem with rabid dogs. And if somebody had said 3 out of 10 dogs are safe, but 7 out of 10 dogs might kill you, I know I would have been concerned about that when I was walking down the street. That said, I would like to offer a substitute motion that we continue our mask ordinance until its expiration on June 5th. And that during that time, we dramatically beef up our efforts to promote vaccination in Richland County and mask wearing among those who are not vaccinated. That would give us time to come back and have conversations about the safety of our staff and constituents in county buildings. So that's my motion.
I second it.
Second.
The substitute motion on the floor to move it properly second, and that motion would mean that you would continue the mask ordinance until its expiration date. Is that correct?
Yes, it would be to let the mask ordinance run its current course, and that we increase our efforts of outreach to our constituents about both getting vaccinated for those who are not vaccinated and mask wearing for those who are not vaccinated. And also that we, as part of that, have our administrator come back to us with a plan about, safety for staff and constituents in county buildings.
You heard the substitute motion. And Mr. Pugh, you recognize. Mr. Pugh, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I totally agree with my colleagues. Definitely agree with Councilwoman Newton. But we also have to keep in mind, we making decisions about rescinding a mask ordinance from the comforts of our home on a Zoom meeting because we don't feel comfortable meeting in the chamber. Thank you, sir.
You recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would refute that statement, Councilman Pugh, because I have asked for over 2 months that we begin in-person meetings. So I'm not hiding from the comfort of my home. But I would also ask the maker of the substitute motion, so what happens when June 5th rolls around and we go from 30 to 35% vaccinated? We re-up the ordinance for 60 more days. And in 60 more days, we've gone from 35 to 40 or 45%. Do we redo the ordinance again? Could you please address those questions?
Mr. Chair, may I address that question?
Yes, Mr. Wish to.
Well, if I had my druthers, we would continue the mask ordinance until we had a dramatically higher vaccination rate. But I recognize that in this environment, I don't think it's practical, but I would like to have the time over the essentially next 2 weeks where we can come up with a plan where we're addressing safety for staff and constituents who are in county buildings. So at this point, I don't think that I would move to re-up the mask ordinance after June 5th, because I don't know how effective it would be in this environment, but I think it's completely reasonable to give it the 2 weeks to play out in answer to your question.
Mr. Chair, can we have Administrator Brown clarify that? I thought he, being the individual in charge of county buildings, can continue to request that masks be left in place for anyone entering the building and for employees within the building. Is that not true, Mr. Brown?
My understanding is that is correct, Mr. Malinowski, but certainly, as I've said, I want to have a joint relationship with council, and I would like for us to be in unison on how we support the community of employees that we have here in Richland County.
Well, I would actually support you taking the precautions you feel necessary for county buildings and county staff, and including that in my motion, if that's the case. Thank you.
I have a
motion on the floor.
I have Pugh, Alice, Teresa, and Livingston.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to clear up my statement for my colleague, Mr. Malinowski. I didn't say hiding. I said we're making decisions from the comfort of our own home. I totally agree with you. I've been in agreement that we should have already been back in the chambers. I just wanted to make that statement. Thank you, sir.
Gotcha. Thank you.
Teresa and Livingston.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In my thinking, given this, that we have an expiration date that is upcoming, I'm inclined to support that motion. I just want to check with our county attorney that the governor's order does not, it didn't require that it ended on the day that it was issued. So we don't have a problem with allowing this to play out. That's a question. Do we have a problem with allowing this to play out?
Ms. Tracy, I'd rather not answer that in open session. Do you recall, were you able to review the opinion I sent? I think that would answer your question, but if you'd like to go in executive session, I'll be glad to talk about that for any length of time you need me to.
That's okay. I was able to receive that information, so thank you.
I have Livingston. Just a couple questions for clarification. Now I know it was clear that if the ordinance is suspended, persons entering the building is what I'm concerned about. I know Mr. Brown can control and influence employees, but what would it mean for persons who are entering the building? I'm talking about our clients, our customers. Would they have to wear masks if it's suspended? If the ordinance is suspended, would they have to wear masks into the building? Do we know?
That would depend on whether Mr. Brown and council decide that's best for the citizens and the public and the employees.
Whether we want citizens to wear masks on the inside too, if this ordinance was suspended.
Correct. So there'd be no requirement if we repealed it. There'd be no requirement for anyone to wear an ordinance in Richland County. I mean, wear a mask in Richland County. So that would then be left up to the administrator for county buildings, and that would include employees and those entering the building.
What about libraries and township auditoriums and things like that?
It'd be any building that the administrator has control of, and the administrator does not have control of those buildings. So I do not think it would apply to that. They could they could execute their own plan, but no, ours wouldn't apply.
One other question. Do we know in what ways our current ordinance, part of it was based on CDC guidelines to some extent during that particular time when we first enacted it? Do we know to what extent the ordinance now is in conflict with some of those CDC guidelines? Do we have an idea? But the point I'm getting at is we have some things in the ordinance that's enforceable. So does it create any problems if we're going to enforce something that the CDC is okay with?
I think that in general, I'm looking at it now, the way it was written, it was based on just a general county emergency and what the mask could do for us. We're reducing the spread of COVID-19, and there was we did say the guidance recommendation, but I don't think that that was specifically mentioned in any clause stating that this is, we are specifically doing this because of. But yes, we do. The CDC and DHEC had advised about the use of face covering, so we cited that. But it's not literally in the body of the ordinance itself. It's in the whereas clauses where we state the reasons why we're passing it. So I don't think it's a huge issue there. I can shoot you a copy of the language if you want to look at it, but it's that's how we went about that.
Thank you. I have Joe Walker and Ms. McBride.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Ms. McLean. I read the entirety of your opinion and appreciate the diligence with which you went about assessing the governor's executive order. My question is not necessarily about the executive order or the legality. Mine is the CDC guidance that has now been issued indicates those that are inoculated or vaccinated should be afforded the opportunity to enjoy the results of that vaccination. So why would we not immediately look at the opportunity to lift the mask ordinance and the mandates associated with it off of those who have taken the step to be vaccinated? Although let me put it out there, I would lift it for everybody, but in an effort to try and find some middle ground here, is there opportunity to say within the motions before us, those that have been vaccinated and fulfilled the entire vaccination regimen, even between now and June the 5th, that the necessity or the mandate for them to wear a mask in Richland County, again, unincorporated Richland County, which is a smaller area than most people realize, has been lifted. I just feel like that would be prudent. So is it appropriate or would it be properly before you for there to be a substitute to the substitute motion at this point, Mr. Chair?
Yes, it is.
So I would offer a substitute motion to the substitute motion that we do not rescind the existing mask mandate, but that we omit those who have been fully vaccinated from the existing mask mandate, and that we readdress the mask mandate on June the 5th, the organic expiration date of said mandate.
I'll second that for discussion.
Okay, we have now on the floor a second substitute motion. That substitute motion is to you continue with the current mask ordinance, but also allow it to not apply to those individuals who have been fully vaccinated. And I guess the way you control that is you just wouldn't enforce whatever penalties you enforce on folks who you get caught.
And Mr. Chair, as the maker of the motion to address your statement, I think that would put us in concert with where I think the city is, which would clear up some of the ambiguity and the concern of the constituents right now in the community. So thank you.
I have Ms. Newton, Ms. Ratio, Ms. McLean, and Ms. McLean, do you need to clear up something that's been said?
I'm concerned about amending an emergency ordinance in this manner. So essentially for a typical ordinance, if we wanted to amend it, we would need 3 readings and a public hearing in general. If we're talking about emergency ordinance, you can pass that with 1 reading. However, is it still an emergency at this point? Is the amendment an emergency as well? So I think that needs to be addressed by council before you go forward. I can't answer that for you, but I think that's part of your decision.
As the maker of the motion,
you can respond to that if you need to, Mr. Walker. You certainly can.
Thank you. Yeah. So I'm not trying to play smoke and mirrors here at all. I would like a recommendation, Ms. McLean, as to how to achieve what it is the intent of my most recent motion is within the parameters of what you feel appropriate. So if there's a procedural mechanism that we need to address, I'm game. I just feel like we need to afford the appropriate liberties to our constituents that are viable given their willingness to go out and take a vaccine and be on the front lines of a inoculation that maybe isn't necessarily following the typical course of action. So let's reward those that have gone out and taken the risk. And if you would help me do that, that'd be great. Thanks.
Call for the vote.
Question. And then Ms. English, then Ribbons.
I believe somebody called for the vote, Mr. Chair.
I called for the question, but you had hands up, which I didn't see.
Go ahead. I was just responding to the hands that were up.
Was that seconded? I'll speak whenever it's appropriate for me to speak.
Have Newton, English, and then McBride can go for the
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair, and
Mr. Chair,
thank you to my colleagues for.
Mr. Chair, point of order. Councilman Walker had the floor and asked a direct question of our attorney, Ms. McLean, and she did not have the opportunity to respond yet. So I think
I didn't realize he was asking for a response right then.
That's what Mr. Walker asked for, was my belief.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, point of clarification. I asked a very specific question. She heard my intent, and I was seeking opportunities for her to opine on procedural mechanisms, given her concerns about the emergency ordinance and the non-rescindants versus the amendment of to achieve the same effect. So thank you, Mr. Malinowski and Mr. Chair, for recognizing that. Ms. McLean, if you would, please respond.
Unfortunately, I'm not opposed to your amendment in any way. I'm not sure how to help you with it at this point. So the only options you have with an ordinance are 3 readings in public hearing or an actual emergency for 1 reading. Again, if council is going to make a vote that as a part of your amendment, it is now somehow an emergency that we amend this ordinance, you can do that. But beyond that, I'm not sure, unfortunately, how to help you procedurally any further than that.
Let me ask a question for clarification too. So Mr. McLean just said, you're not sure if a motion just simply said, you're going to keep the ordinance in place, but not enforce it on individuals who are fully vaccinated. That would be a problem motion.
It would just be an amendment of the ordinance. You know, our enforcement of it is our business. I mean, but
that's why I said that. So can you choose not to enforce the ordinance with folks who are fully vaccinated?
You shouldn't. I mean, according to the law, we have to fully enforce our own ordinances. So no, I mean, there's not really a way to have an ordinance and just say you're not going to enforce it. That's not how they work. I mean, in practical terms, I suppose we could, but no, we can't outright, just as a policy, not enforce an ordinance.
Now, Ms. McBride, do you remember whether it was somebody that was recognized before you? Did I call her name before?
I apologize, Mr. Livingston. I called for the question, but I thought that Ms. McLean had already given Mr. Walker an answer when I called for the question. But I'll withdraw it because the hands were up. I'll withdraw my call. Obviously, I thought someone seconded, but I'll withdraw it.
Newton, well, we'll hold that for you. Newton, English, and McBride.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I think Ms. McLean has maybe changed what I was going to say. So first, let me acknowledge my colleagues and what we're all trying to achieve here, and certainly acknowledge the confusion of differing standards between municipalities and businesses and restaurant associations, et cetera, and would like to make this clear and have people be safe. My concern at this point is that we have time to craft county policies for county buildings, and we can let private businesses and employers, handle the guidelines the way that they want to. So I was going to ask if there was maybe a way to make the ordinance apply specifically to county buildings through June 5th, but I'm not sure that would be an appropriate amendment at this time. So I will stick with my suggestion. It's 2 weeks. That we let the ordinance expire and give ourselves time to craft what those policies are for county buildings and county staff, that we promote vaccination, that we encourage mask wearing among the unvaccinated. I too want those who are vaccinated to enjoy the privileges thereof, but I think that we have 2 more weeks on this. And I'll just also acknowledge that absolutely the guidelines say that while you are vaccinated, you don't need to wear masks. The CDC also acknowledges that doesn't mean that you can't get sick with COVID and that you can't spread COVID. It just means you won't get as sick and you're not likely to die. And so we're mixing those populations together of constituents and employees in our county buildings. And I think it's important to put a plan together for that. And I'm done. Thank you.
Ms. English.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Ms. McBride. Attorney McLean answered my question. I was wondering about the enforceability of that, and she already answered it. And I want to agree with Ms. Newton. I want us to have a plan going forward. And thank you for that, Ms. Newton. I just forgot to take my hand back down. You guys forgive me.
Right. Thank you, Ms. English.
Mr. Chair, I call for the question.
Call for the question. The second call for the question.
Second.
Proper second call for the question. I'll ask Mrs. Lashley.
Mr. Chair,
yeah.
Please, which motion? Please state the motion that we're voting on now.
Second substitute motion was made by Mr. Walker, that you would continue the ordinance, but you would not enforce it as it relates to personally vaccinated.
Okay. So what are we voting on now? So make sure that it's.
Once the motion passed, call for the question, then we'll go from the second substitute. If that one fails, we go to the next substitute. If that one fails, we go to the original.
Thank you.
The motion for us now is a moving proper second is for us to not consider the question, call for the question. Mrs. Masters, can you call for the vote for the motion to call for the question?
Yes. Malinowski,
Yes.
Pugh,
No.
McBride,
Yes.
Livingston,
Yes.
Horacio,
Yes.
Joe Walker,
Yes.
Barron,
No.
Overture Walker,
No.
Mackey, Mackey, English,
No.
Newton, Newton,
No. Can you hear me?
yes. Motion fails.
That brings us back to where we are as to the substitute motion. Any further discussion on substitute motion? Not out.
Mr. Chair,
No,
that
Mr. Chair, point of order.
The second substitute motion.
Point of order.
Mr. Walker, you recognize for point of order.
The previous vote was a call for the question.
It failed. So we're back where we are.
Which means that the second substitute motion is on the floor. No,
that's correct.
For discussion.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. You've clarified.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, I'd also like to know how it fails. I only counted 5 no votes.
Someone did vote. It was 5 and 5, I think.
Oh, somebody didn't vote. Okay.
It was Mackey who didn't vote.
Good. Ms. Angus, you seen the, please have your hand up. Oh, you take it down. Okay. What's before us is the second substitute motion. That same, Mr. Chair. Who would like to be recognized?
Oh, never mind. We're gonna vote on the motion. That was what I was aiming for. I was confused with my previous.
We'll be voting on the second substitute motion that was made by Mr. Joe Walker. Ms. Barron, you had a question for reference substitute motion?
Yes, I'd like for you to restate it, please.
Substitute motion was to move to continue the CDC guidelines. Well, do not continue them until they expire, but also amend it to state that we will not enforce the guidelines toward persons who, I'm sorry, the ordinance for persons who have been fully vaccinated.
One more time. One more time. That wasn't clear.
The persons who are fully vaccinated would not be a part of the, no longer be a part of the ordinance. They'd be excluded from the ordinance, in a sense.
And that would take 3 readings and a public hearing, right? Or a public hearing and 3 readings.
I'll let the attorney speak to that again, but if it's an emergency, if we consider it as an emergency, I guess we could do it and just amend it. So.
Thank you, sir.
But I'll still ask Mrs. McLean to speak to that question.
That's correct. If you consider this an emergency and vote as such, you can amend an emergency ordinance with an ongoing emergency or a change to that emergency.
Any further discussion?
Mr. Chair, point of clarification.
You recognize Ms. Walker?
Yeah, based on Ms. McLean's most recent statement, I would suggest that this is absolutely a change in the current state of emergency. And that as we continue to receive guidance from national level healthcare providers, that it's absolutely appropriate. We amend our ordinances as guidance is received. So that's it.
Okay, so if there's no further question, and Ms. Walker, Ms. Walker, you have a question?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I have a question for Ms. McLean. So just so that I am clear, if council decides to make an amendment to the ordinance this evening, we do that one or two ways. If we wanted to make an amendment tonight and make it effective immediately, it would have to be an emergency. And it's my understanding that we just can't declare an emergency arbitrarily. There has to be reasons stated for that, correct?
That's correct.
All right. And then, but if we're going to amend it through the more traditional or conventional means, then we would have to go through the requisite number of readings, which would be 3 readings, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And so I guess, Mr. Chair, if we're going to do what has been suggested, which is just to make an amendment tonight, I don't know how you're making a change to the ordinance or I guess selective enforcement at this point would be tantamount to an emergency. I think we may find ourselves doing something, that is just not proper. I think we need to think really hard about just making an amendment tonight and without having any reason or basis for declaring what the new emergency is. The ordinance was passed as a result of an emergency. So if we're going to make an amendment, I've yet to hear anyone articulate what the emergency is for the amendment.
I'll just quickly explain that I could see it as an emergency in the sense that what I would think is that by allowing folks who are applying it to folks who have been vaccinated, I think it increases, it helps us to reduce the number of cases because it increases the number of folks who wouldn't get vaccinated. So you can argue from that perspective it might be an emergency because what you're trying to do is you're trying to affect the number of folks.
I just don't believe a change in condition, Mr. Chair, rises to the level of an emergency or those two things are the same.
Yeah, tell people with asthma that.
I'm sorry?
I'm so sorry.
Excuse me?
I'm not sure. That was someone who shouldn't have said anything was out of order, and I can't tell you who it was.
Yeah, I'm not sure what the point was behind the comment, but all right. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Very well. Any further, Ms. Barron and then Ms. McBride.
Yes, sir. I have two questions. First, for legal, if you will please clarify if this is an emergency that we're dealing with.
You'll have to make that decision. I can explain to you what I think an emergency is or a change in condition. Essentially, you'll have to decide, like you would have been in the original emergency ordinance. You made some findings and declarations about that emergency. So my understanding of what you would want to do today is do that same thing. How has something changed? Still an emergency, but a changing occurrence of some sense that would make this an emergency that you need to change that emergency ordinance. But the decisions are going to be yours, and what that emergency may be is going to be yours to call.
So would it be your guidance that if we are to deem this as an emergency, then we would need proper documentation to do so?
I don't know that you need documentation, but I would, as part of passing
or a statement, as you said earlier.
Yes, make
something to substantiate this being an emergency.
Correct. I'd put that in there. Yes.
Okay, and then secondly, to Mr. Brown, if you will, I would, and I know that you've made the statement that you want to work in tandem and in partnership with council. But sir, I would like to hear what your thoughts are. Should we move forward with an amendment of this nature, on your thoughts about protecting the staff and the citizens who come in and out of our county buildings?
Yes, ma'am. So two thoughts, and thank you for saying that again, because it is important to me that we try to have some level of distance. So my first thought is that, as I've communicated before in prior meetings as well, that I would communicate to staff that anyone that wants to continue to wear a mask, whether vaccinated or not, that I support you wearing a mask, that there will be no penalties or no precludes. Someone, your supervisor can tell you in a county facility that's run by the administrator that you can't wear a mask if you feel that that's going to help protect you. So whether you're vaccinated or not vaccinated. Number two, we have in place right now, I would continue, as I mentioned also in the previous council settings, that we do have the screenings that are in place. So we would continue to have those screenings. I had already communicated that up until the county opened up, quote unquote, in potentially July, that I thought even at that time, for a period of time, that we would continue to have the screening. So we also have protective shieldings in place. We would still have the social distancing in place. So those things would continue to be in place for a period of time, as long as we're still dealing with the pandemic at a level where the CDC or DHEC had not said that fundamentally, we can really drop our guard. So my thoughts are, I would encourage staff that wants to remain masked to remain masked. I will continue to encourage staff to get vaccinated. We have provided several avenues, no charge for time off. You can have time off if you have the vaccine, and you may need to get some recovery time. No time off, you will be charged against your accrued leave. All of these things we have in place now to encourage employees to get vaccinated, even today. So my thoughts would be that encourage people to get vaccinated, encourage employees to wear masks that want to continue to wear masks. And the only thing that I was really asking for is, from the council's perspective, would you expect citizens to be able to come into the building? Because I would not want to say to citizens, I as the county administrator am restricting you from coming into the building without wearing a face covering, if county council took a vote and that vote was intended to allow citizens to come into the county building without a mask. So that's why I was asking for the clarification. What additional questions, Ms. Barron, can I be more clear about, or help answer in less words?
Well, and I think that you've stated what your intent is. However, it's also been stated tonight that you can make this decision without our influence or without our suggestions. And so I was just hoping that you would make that decision to help me make a decision. So, I'm looking for a level of comfort for not only staff, but the citizens, and just noting that your leadership is going to say, I intend that if you're in a county building, that you must be masked, or, you're going to follow the guidance of whatever this ordinance is that we may pass tonight. That's what I was looking for.
Okay. So, and I certainly hear you, and don't mind giving my recommendation on that. Again, was trying to allow the county council to tell me, as the representative of the constituents, what you thought about that. So in terms of employee safety, what I would say is, Ms. Barron, I have employees who have come to me several times about what are we going to do? And I tell them this decision is a large decision. And with that being said, what I would suggest is, I anticipated on opening up, quote unquote, the county facilities on July 1st. So at this point, with all the information and the things changing, I certainly have no issue with allowing the facility for employees and citizens to enter to the facilities currently masked through the expiration of our ordinance, with the understanding that after the ordinance expires, that citizens and employees will be continue to be encouraged to get vaccinated, but that going forward, folks who want to wear a mask could still wear a mask, but they may not be required to wear a mask entering into a county facility after the expiration of our ordinance.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. McBride.
Thank you, Mr. Brown and Ms. Barron, for that question. That provides the clarification that I was looking for, because if we pass the motion that's now on the floor, then there would be no way that you could really monitor that, Mr. Brown, anybody else, because you would have to ask everybody that does not have a mask on if they're vaccinated. And I find that to be very logistically almost impossible to do.
Let me clarify that. Let me clarify that as far as the motion that I understand is on the floor now. That motion would not change anything with the current ordinance, with the exception of allowing folks who are vaccinated.
That's right. Allowing folks who are vaccinated not to wear a mask, but you don't know
Right.
who's vaccinated, Mr. Livingston.
Yeah, I'm just saying that's clarification on that.
Yeah. Yeah, you don't know who's vaccinated. So if you use that motion, then everybody comes in, you have to have someone to check. Are you vaccinated? Are you vaccinated? I mean, that's almost impossible to do. And the current ordinance applies to everybody wearing masks, but to separate saying, you vaccinated? Oh, okay, you're not vaccinated. And we can't show whether we're vaccinated or not. It's almost impossible and impractical. Thank you.
Any further final discussion on this item? And again, what's before us is the second substitute motion that was made by Mr. Joe Walker regarding not enforcing the orders on the folks who are fully vaccinated. I'm gonna ask Mrs. Mathis to call for the vote on this second substitute motion that was made by Mr. Walker.
Malinowski,
Yes.
Pugh, McBride,
No.
Livingston,
No, reluctantly no.
Teresa,
No.
Joe Walker,
Yes.
Barron,
No.
Overture Walker,
No.
Mackey,
No.
English,
No.
Newton,
No.
motion fails.
Thank you. Now what's before us is the substitute motion. And the substitute motion was to, if I remember correctly, to extend the audience to its expiration period. Is that correct? Better make up the substitute motion. Who was it? Ms. Newton, did you make that substitute motion?
I did.
Is that correct?
Did you want me to try and repeat it?
Yes, please.
It feels like 2 hours ago. My
It was. Go
motion
ahead.
was that we allow, or we continue our current motion through June 5th, and in the interim time, increase our efforts to promote vaccination, mask wearing among the unvaccinated, and that we come back with a plan, which is impartially articulated today, about how we're going to address the safety of staff and constituents in county-owned buildings.
You heard the motion.
Mr. Chair.
Substitute motion discussion. Mr. Walker, you recognize.
Yeah, so I just want to point out on the public record that, you know, the maker of the motion also initially made a comment about walking down the street and there being 3 non-rabid dogs and 7 rabid dogs, and being concerned about the 7. But my concern is about the 3 that are locked up unnecessarily. So the continuation, even if just for 2 weeks, whether it's incarceration improperly, keeping 3 rabid dogs in a non-rabid dogs in a cage improperly, or whether keeping 3,000 constituents unnecessarily masked for 2 additional weeks, it continues to reek of overreach by a municipal level government, even when the national guidance flies in the face of it. So I appreciate the concerns from all, but I just want to go on the record and say that. Thank you.
Any further discussion on the motion before us? If not, I'll ask Ms. Mathis to call for the vote on the motion.
Malinowski,
No.
Pugh,
Yes.
McBride,
Yes.
Livingston,
Yes.
Horacio,
Yes.
Joe Walker,
No.
Barron,
Yes.
Overture Walker,
Yes.
Mackey,
Yes.
English,
Yes.
Newton,
Yes.
motion passes.
Mr. Chair,
Mr. Richland.
may I take an extremely short moment of personal privilege just to say that I am not comparing people in that analogy. I was just stating a concern about health risk in a country where I previously lived, where looking at numbers, I think it's appropriate to be concerned. And I don't want anything coming out of this meeting that's implying that I am comparing human beings to rabid dogs. I do have concerns about COVID and its spread and mathematical possibilities, but I am absolutely positively not putting any human being in that category. And I just want to be clear.
That now brings us to our second.
Mr. Chair, do we need to move for reconsideration? Since it is a motion.
By the time it'll come back before us anyway by a couple weeks.
I don't know, somebody may call a special meeting.
So
Move to reconsider.
Second.
Proper second reconsideration.
Mr. Chair,
Yes, sir, you're next.
just kind of a point about this one. This really, we've had a lot of discussion about this, and I understand the intent of the motion, but in essence, we're just really giving, staff some direction.
No, this is
yeah.
This is actually a motion.
Yes, it's a motion,
Mm-hmm.
but the motion is to continue on as we had previously voted on, and then also also give staff direction to, promote vaccinations, and create a plan.
Yeah, that was part of Ms. Newton's motion. She just said yes. Any again, that motion is to move and pass. I think someone was asking me about reconsideration. I don't think I got a motion though.
Ms. Gretchen moved, Ms. Barron moved and I second it.
Move proper second reconsideration, Mrs. Mathis, can you call for the vote for the motion for reconsideration?
Malinowski,
Yes.
Pugh,
Oh,
McBride,
No.
Livingston,
No.
Teresa,
Yes.
Joe Walker,
Yes.
Barron,
No.
Overture Walker,
No.
Mackey,
No.
English,
No.
Newton,
No.
motion fails.
That brings us to our next executive session item. I think that was 911. Yes, the chair entertains a motion to go to executive session and discuss the 911 proposal. That's the contractual matter.
So moved.
Second.
Second.
Moved and properly second. Ms. McLean, that is the only other item we have for executive session, correct?
Yes, sir.
Moving properly second to executive session for the 911 Center proposal. Mrs. Mathis, can you call the roll for the motion for executive session?
Malinowski,
Yes.
Pugh,
yes.
McBride,
Yes.
Livingston,
Yes.
Teresa,
Yes.
Joe Walker,
No.
Barron,
Yes.
Overture Walker,
Yes.
Mackey,
Yes.
English, Newton,
Yes.
motion passes.
Just quickly for the record, after council returns to open session, council may take action on any item, including any subsection of any section listed on an executive session agenda or discussed in executive session during a properly noted meeting. I think it's moving proper second, but executive session. Ms. Matthew, you can put us in executive session. Chair will entertain a motion to come out of executive session.
So moved.
So moved.
Moved and
Second.
properly second. Mrs. Mathis, can you call for the motion for the vote to come out of executive session?
Malinowski,
Yes.
Hugh,
Yes.
McBride, McBride,
Session.
Livingston,
Yes.
Teresa,
Yes.
Joe Walker,
Yes.
Barron,
Yes.
Overture Walker,
Yes.
Mackey,
Yes.
English,
Yes.
Newton,
Yes.
Newton,
McBride, yes.
McBride, yes. Motion
Yes.
passes.
Thank you. Again, we went in executive session to discuss the item regarding the 911 proposal. Mr. Brown, do you need any action? I think it's clear in terms of where we're going and so forth. Do you need a motion in any nature to provide you with any clarity?
No, sir, Mr. Chair, I'm clear on the responsibilities of where we're going, and we're going to try to have information to you all hopefully before that June 8th date. But yes, sir, I'm clear on the action that staff needs to take.
Okay, there's so again, there's no motion that was just taken as information in executive session. That brings us to item 21 on your agenda, which is the motion period. And there's a motion.
Mr. Chair,
Bob, you're not gonna.
coming out of executive session, I move that we direct the county administrator to have affirmative action for us by our next regularly scheduled council meeting on, I believe it's June the 8th. Is that right?
That's right.
As
No, I
it
didn't.
pertains, as it pertains to the 911 ops center as discussed in executive session.
Second.
You heard the motion is moving properly second. Any discussion reference to the motion? If not, I'll ask Ms. Matthew to carry the motion, call for the vote for the motion.
Malinowski,
Yes.
Hugh,
Yes.
McBride,
Yes.
Livingston,
Yes.
Teresa,
Yes.
Joe Walker,
Yes.
Barron,
Yes.
Overture Walker,
Yes.
Mackey,
Yes.
English,
Yes.
Newton,
Yes.
motion passes.
Okay, now that brings us to the motion period. That is an item 21A in your packet. I move to authorize the county attorney to take any and all necessary action, including condemnation procedures to acquire ownership of the roadway parcels of Aiken Hunt Club Circle and Oak Brook Drive that are currently not in the county's road maintenance program. These parcels are located in the Wildwood subdivision and current owner has been no responsible for prior requests for the Department of Public Works to acquire the roadway parcel. I'll send that to our BNS committee. Anything else come for the body? Item 22 says adjournment.
Move to adjourn.
Second.
Adjourn, proper second. I'll take that second. Mrs. Matthew, can you call for the motion to adjourn?
Sure. Malinowski,
Yes.
Hugh,
Yes.
McBride,
Yes.
Livingston,
Yes.
Teresa,
Yes.
Joe Walker,
You can say.
Yes. Yes.
Barron,
You took my line and I was gonna do that. Yes.
Overture Walker,
Yes.
Mackey,
Yes.
English,
Yes.
Newton,
Yes, ma'am.
motion passes.
That way, Mr. Walker, you can make your motion, second and pass, we move on. How about yourself? Everyone have a good evening. Thank you so very, very much.
Good night.
Should we reconsider?
Good night.
I